right lane will go right, left lane will go left. We will have your score sheets out here in just a moment. Please, I ask that you keep your score sheets where we can find them. That way we are not searching for them, so we can get your scores updated quickly. Good luck.
Cactus Classic here at Lakeview Lanes in sunny Arizona. Oh, that's good.
Well,
Now you might be able to hear me.
William Graham living his best life here, trying to tell you what's happening before he can be heard.
Turn me on the screen. Yes.
Welcome back indeed. It is B Squad time here at the Cactus Classic, CBE 10K Cactus Classic, the inaugural edition. 8 games in the books. A Squad is complete. The gentleman who is hanging out with me for a little bit as we open up B Squad just got off the lanes. His name is William Graham. William, first of all, thanks for joining me.
You're welcome. Yes.
Appreciate you hanging out as well, and we were just chatting it up for a little bit before we got on the air. Pattern looked very difficult. I think that's easy to say.
Yes, correct. Yeah. For this kind of pattern, for John Janowitz putting it out for Theo for this tournament is a fantastic way to, put yourself at ease.
Yeah, I mean, to have one of the best, obviously create a lane condition, especially for an event like this, right?
Yes.
This is 10K on the line, 10K to first. It's, from talking to Theo, obviously, everything that they've been building has been kind of building towards this type of event to be able to put that kind of money into someone's hands.
Correct. Yes.
And you want a condition, obviously, that you think would yield to
better bowlers.
Right.
Yeah, trying to get your shot making is the key here in these kind of tournaments. Ball choice, shot making, and just making your spares. If you make your spares, you're gonna do well in a tournament like this. As you can see, we have Matt Swiggy over here on lane 8. He's one of the top regional players. Anthony Simonson's on 7-8 as well. George going on lane 3 over here. He's one of the top players in Nevada as of right now. And then you have Michael Hogan on lanes 1 and 2 over here to the left of us. But all in all, yeah, you have to make your shots and make your spares here at this Cactus Classic.
It's a pretty stacked squad. And we can say that about every squad. Certainly, from the, just how good and deep the squads have been. And as you just mentioned, a ton of names.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just the names that are kind of within our viewing area. Ari Wilson's bowling this squad. Bobby Capinelli's bowling. He's right here.
Mm-hmm.
Brett Wolf is bowling this squad as well. He's starting on 15. Chris Clerk is bowling this squad. He's on 13. Dallas Leong is on 3 and 4. You mentioned George Gohagan the third. I saw Keith Dahmer.
Yeah, Keith Dahmer down there. Kyle Duster is down there on 9 and 10. Let's see. That's about it for the big players. But like I said, this tournament is going to grind you out for 8 games. I can tell you that.
8 games is a lot, and when you get on something that you anticipate it to be difficult, you kind of take the lumps, but you hope to have an opportunity to score as well.
Yeah, correct.
And I do think there were some decent chances. There were some pretty decent scores overall. They came in waves, which, in an 8-game block, they typically can do.
Correct.
We'll talk about this pattern more. First, hello to everyone watching. Appreciate you tuning in here on Bullstream TV. Let's see, Chuck, Kim, Harvey, Weekend Hacker. Here are the results or the standings from A Squad. This link is coming to you in a second. There you go. Plus 36 was the number, and that was Andrew Kane. It was Ben Perry who led the squad this morning at plus 132, followed by Brianna Cote at plus 86. Anthony Kanda was third at plus 85. Matt Jones was fourth. Matt Jones, from what I understand, I know he's going to the Hall of Fame. I thought the ceremony was tonight.
Yeah,
barely
they said
it's
it was
this
1
afternoon.
o'clock. Yeah, 1 o'clock this afternoon. Yeah.
So he had to hustle up and get up out of here.
I hope he didn't
finishing
get a ticket on the way there.
fourth on the squad this morning to his Hall of Fame induction. He went plus 69. Keith Fung got to plus 62 in fifth. Wesley Lowe was sixth at plus 59. Greg Thompson Jr. was seventh, GT2 at plus 54. Ron Schloss was eighth at plus 49. And again, Andrew Kane was ninth at plus 36. Tim Ursillo got to 214 at the end, but not enough. I thought it might have been Tim to get that last spot, but I didn't see or know Andrew's score.
Yeah.
So Kane again at plus 36.
Yeah, Andrew had to strike the last 5
wow.
to go out to catch that 9th spot, yes. So he struck out in the last 5 frames to get that 9th spot. So congratulations to him on a tough and a good pattern. So, well, as you can see, the scores are wrapping up here pretty interesting, like the first squad went.
Well, I'm curious your thoughts on the fresh. I mean, like I said, there were a few scores on the fresh, and you maybe not always anticipate high scores when they are fresh, especially watching how the sweepers kind of unfolded yesterday on the pattern too.
Right.
But what was your experience on the fresh?
My experience on the fresh is to keep your tight. I mean, you have to be really tight down the middle, probably around, because I went 244 the first game and 216 the second game, and then the middles blew up after about the 3rd or 4th game because everybody's playing that tight of a pattern, and then you started going left a little bit and getting deeper, but you have to hit. To me, I hit 13 down lane. To where it would kind of set, but if you got a little bit more hand to it, it's an automatic left turn from the head pin. So on this kind of a pattern, I would suggest something that has a little bit more friction with the fresh, just to get yourself to read the mid lanes a little bit further down the alley. And then I would go to something that's a little bit lesser of a friction, and then move in and then kind of soften up the pattern and soften up your hand, just to let the ball roll into the pocket, and hope to carry, maybe leave yourself some makeable spares. That's the key to this pattern here today.
Makeable spares indeed for those of you who have not seen the pattern. Let's see, after we'll go after Bruce is done here. And Bruce Franks Jr. Someone just asked, is GG bowling? No, but Bruce Franks is representing GG very well by wearing a replica
Of his jersey.
Of her jersey,
Her
yes.
jersey, yes, Yeah.
Bruce Oops Franks Jr. He's got Oops in the, I've got to ask him about that now. Anytime if that's your nickname in quotes, that means there's a story behind that somewhere.
Right.
So we got to find out the story on our guy Bruce. Ed Smaglick. Funny story just about Ed though. When I first started bowling collegiately, Ed went to Purdue, and at the time Purdue had a few players to keep it light who had gray hair. Right. And so I'm like,
I'm just trying to where he lost it all at, you know.
Well, he wasn't one of them. But I don't know if he had hair still. Now we say that. But it wasn't great. And as a 19-year-old, I'm like, I thought, I'm thinking college athletics.
Right.
Only, 19 or 18 to 22, 23-year-olds.
Right.
And that's when I learned that about eligibility. And if you have some, you could go and compete.
Right.
Doesn't matter the age if you're in school. And
correct.
so every time I see Ed, I instantly go back to the first time I saw Purdue and his team bowl.
Okay.
They were really good. They just had a few people that I did not anticipate seeing at that age. Matt Zweig is also on 7 and 8. Zweig finished 4th at last year's New Mexico Open.
Correct.
Arizona State. Weird to say, but I feel like you would probably know just about every player here, Bo.
Just about out of Arizona here, yes, I do. I'm one of the top seniors here in the state of Arizona as 51. I do a lot of senior events around here in Arizona. Theo runs a great tournament called CBE here in Arizona. He runs a lot of senior stuff, so any of the seniors out there that would like to come out and participate in CBE, they do have a lot of 50s and 60s tournaments, a combination as doubles, as 50s and 60s doubles combination, and some 50s and under doubles that he runs too.
Nice.
Here in Arizona. All out of Lakeview and R.H. Johnson here in Sun City.
Sun City is the place to be certainly this weekend. $10,000 CBE 10K Classic. I feel that Dwight Burns bowled the New Mexico Open.
Yes, he did.
Okay. Rich Miller. We saw who was it?
I don't know if Ed bowled it or not. Ed Smuggler here. I don't know if he bowled.
Ed did bowl.
He did. Okay.
Ed did bowl 3 weeks ago.
Right.
I was just looking at Garrett, who was bowling this squad. Garrett Strail.
I think Garrett bowled. I believe he bowled the New Mexico Open as well.
Well, Theo was telling me that we watched his dad, Chris, bowl this morning.
Yes.
And he was telling me that his son was going to be bowling there this afternoon, and there he is. So good to see father, son out to compete. Again, this is game 1. Anthony Simonson on this squad as well. The fresh here. Interesting. All right, that's what I was supposed to do. All right, so Ed is up, or Ed is done. Let's throw the pattern up.
Yep.
There you go, Willie.
All right, looks like a
know.
birthday cake. Yes, because a birthday cake requires a straighter shot right around 13, and then I would kind of ball up with something with a little bit more surface on it to get it to that point of 13, and then read the mid lanes probably around about 45 feet. After that, if you get inside a little bit, it will be left turn at 45 feet.
Yeah, it seemed pretty flat in the middle.
Yes, you have to get it to 13, and if you get it right around 11, maybe 10, it's a washout, or maybe 210, 2810, roughly around those kind of patterns and leaves.
Nice spare.
Great shot.
I've seen some good split makes today.
Yeah.
I think I saw Bobby at last year's New Mexico Open. I think it was the first time I saw him in person. He made a nice run, if I recall, last year in Rio Rancho as well. Again, one more good look at the pattern. I'll throw this up probably 4 to 5 times per block, just to give you an idea of what the pattern is. And in certain situations, we can reference it based on what we saw in the fresh, and then when we get to game 3 or 4,
Game 3 or 4, yes,
what
correct,
it's looking
yeah.
like, and then game 7, 8, what it's looking like at that point as well.
Because as you can see, everybody's starting kind of right of the pattern, but eventually they will be migrating left, probably around game 4 or 5.
Now, Theo said something, another good washout make.
Yes.
Theo said something earlier about you, and I forgot what game it was, but you were, I think, on 5 and 6. And he said that he was a little surprised to see, I guess, where you were playing. You were a bit further right in comparison to where he thought you might play based on your, he said you'd like to play in a little bit when you can.
Correct, correct. Yes.
What were you seeing at that particular point in time? Maybe that said, hey, maybe we shouldn't go that far left yet.
Right, because I was doing it with a weaker ball,
Okay.
a raw hammer, trying to get into that sauce a little bit, around 17, 18, and probably just soften it up a little bit to get to the third. But with my rev rate, it's difficult for me to soften it up and to get that shape on the ball. So I wanted to get to something that was a little bit more go a little bit more left and probably really rack on it to get it through the mid lanes. And I just trapped myself the last 3 games trying to figure that out, and that's why my scores didn't really compare to my ability on this pattern.
You gonna bowl tonight?
I'm thinking about it because this is the Desperado, and it's $150 for 2 games, which is a little pricey, but for the dollar amount, I might take a chance.
Well, let's see. On the fresh, you went 240.
Yeah, 240, 216. Yeah, on back-to-back
I
the
might
fresh
take that.
shot. Yeah.
Oh, it is on the burn though. It's on the burn.
Yes,
we learned that earlier.
Yes,
right.
after the third set of after C squad, yeah, it will be on the burn. 2 games for $150. It's that's a heck of a practice squad, maybe.
Well, if you make it to tomorrow and win 10K,
Correct.
it's
yeah.
a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Good shot by Bruce. 7th frame and on 7 and 8. Dallas Leong, who had a 5-bagger, went open 5-bagger, I should say split 5-bagger, and then 2-4-5 on 3, lane 3 specifically at the moment. In practice, he was throwing urethane, but I would have been curious to see, and I'll keep an eye on it, if he stuck with his purple hammer or not. Did not see a lot of urethane. If you're watching for the first time today, there wasn't a lot of urethane going down the lane. And I think there was some conversation just amongst the chat and kind of leading up to the event as the pattern was released a few days ago about the potential for it. It looks like maybe you could use it. Theo was in with us on A squad, and that was one of kind of the talking points for him as the tournament director. Trying to, if you want to use urethane, he might make it difficult for you to use it. He didn't want it to lead the way. If that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, something with a lot of surface. Nope. I mean, urethane won't play on the 44-foot pattern. It just doesn't have enough. To me, it just didn't have enough energy in the back to get to the pocket. But some patterns, urethane is okay on his tournaments. But this pattern and this condition, no, I wouldn't use urethane at all. It's a lot of over/under for urethane at the moment.
Shot there for Dwight. Saw GG3 strike over on 3 and 4. GG3 can get to 229. Robert, great question. I've got a camera over on 9 through 12, and we like to take a look at those that group of lanes as well every game. If there is someone you're looking for specifically, drop them in the chat here. I'll try to let you know based on where they're starting, where they might end up, if they'll be within camera range. So basically somewhere between 5 through 12, and we'll have the opportunity to see them.
Kerry Snyder has says anyone from else from Tucson. Well, there's a couple bowlers from Tucson. Dwight Burns is from Tucson. Keith Dahmer. That is kind of it that I see here on B Squad from Tucson as of right now.
Just underway, game one. If you haven't already, please share. That is one thing that unfortunately we saw a few times too many. There were a few 3 counts.
Yes, that's just missing it to the right, and there's no recovery at all to the right, especially if you get it to about 7-8, you can just kiss it goodbye. Like I said, there's a lot of spare making going on this pattern here.
There were a few gutters, unfortunately, as well. Alexa watching and looking in. Let's see. My guy Daniel Price, he started on, he's on 11 and 12. We'll take a peek over at 9 through 12 for a little bit. The cross here is, if you start on the right lane, you move 1 pair right, and that's how it goes. If you start on the left lane, you move 1 pair left.
Left, correct, yep.
Kyle Duster, he finished in the top 10, if my memory serves correct, at the New Mexico Open.
Yes, correct, yes.
Good question on Brooklyn Rob. He's down on 21, which is for what we're using, the furthest pair away from us. We're going 1 through 22, but he is moving left. So 2, 3, 4, 5.
He might make it on game 7, 8. For the game 7 and 8, he'll be in with your live stream pairs.
He's going to finish on 5 through 8, last 2 games, and then we can see him periodically on 9 through 12, the previous 2. So that should be fun.
Yeah,
I'm sure Big Mike will be watching that too. As mentioned, Daniel Price, he is representing New Mexico, Rancho and Albuquerque. That group looks to be closer to the 10th frame, so we'll take a peek over there. All right, here we go. 9 through 12. That's David Haynes.
Yep, coming up on lane 10. He's got 144 in the 7th, working on a strike in the 8th. Coming up on the 9th frame here. Just missed it outside for a 410. Just didn't get the ball to recover like I said before. Just miss outside just a tad. It just doesn't want to react on the back end as of right now.
What's a good miss on this pattern? A good miss, quote unquote.
A good miss would be probably around like maybe 9 or 10, maybe.
Like that's your out of bounds if you're
correct. Yes.
Can't get it past 9. Okay.
Yeah, Matthew Swiggy just he got that right around 6 or 7 and just goes through the nose for a washout on lane 8.
See Kyle Duster here in just a second. Kyle did something which is not uncommon, especially in the if you're a two-handed player. And that's why he makes the PBA washout just to the left of your screen. Kyle went back up. So he's a two-handed righty, but he went back up. I forgot which round, basically, but he had a, no, I think it was during qualifying. He had a tough start. Went back up, shot 268, and ended up, of course, advancing to Sunday.
Right.
And then went back normal. I think he had figured out where he should be and the best look for him on the right side of the lane, and made a very nice run through the bracket. Coming up a few matches short before making the step ladder finals. There's Randy Jackson. Randy often comments he was watching the New Mexico Open. He watched this morning and told me he was bowling B squad. So there he is.
There he is. Yep, he showed up today. Coming down to conclusion on game number 1 here.
It's a fast game. In game 1 this morning, the high game was 244, which was by William Graham, who is sitting next to me. But there weren't that many. There were some 230s. I feel like there was one additional 240.
242 was the first game, right on top of Ron Slosh was 242.
There he is. Yep. So we had a couple of 240s. I think there were two 230 games, some 220s, a couple of 2-teens, and some 2-0s. But you know, Theo's, he wanted to cut around even, the cut per squad to advance to Sunday around even. And again, plus 36 got you there this morning. We'll see if it changes.
To me, on this pattern, because the memory is going to get more tougher, I believe, as the day goes on, and the lane pattern has that memory. So I think it's going to get probably a little less as the day goes on, and depending on who's bowling on each squad, what kind of talent we have out here on each squad. But it looks to me on the first 6 pairs, the high for the next 8 pairs is looking at 238.
Yeah, nice job by Kyle Duster.
Yeah, on 9 and 10. That'd be let's
see Simonson finish out his game. He actually gets to cross with Kyle Duster. So
yeah, so he'll be moving left with Kyle Duster.
That's a pretty good cross when you just think about from a style perspective.
Correct.
Two-handed righties there, and if they need to, we know Simo can do it. But I watched Kyle do it last week or 3 weeks ago, and if they need to test the left side, they can as well.
Correct. Yes, they'll do. Both of them have their ability to crank that ball on the left side as a backup ball, two-handed backup ball, which is fantastic.
Late tap on the 10 from David Haynes. Hey, it's a good way to start even. He'll take 200.
Yep, he's got 151 in the 8th. Got a double in 9th and 10th. Gets off the sheet, makes it a plus 11 if he does that.
See Keith Dahmer here, and then take the spare. Dwight Burns on a nice little run here, and it continues. He'll take that crossover.
Yes, with a nice 4-bagger.
Bruce will finish at 188. He is going to be moving right. Be another. This one can get him in the 2-0s.
Anthony Simonson, 199. 1 under the pace.
Man, Deontay Fields finished with 160 in game 1. We won't see. Yeah, that was as close as we're going to get to Deontay, although he will make the turn and he'll get to 3 and 4 to finish in game 8. 194 here for Bobby. George Gohagan III got to 209. Dallas Leon shot 228.
Yeah. Dwight Burns is on pace for 227. from Tucson, Arizona.
How you doing?
That locks that up with a 6-bagger from 227 for Dwight Burns. Now we're switching pairs and getting ready for game number 2. Here at the Cactus Classic, $10,000 Cactus Classic here at Lakeview Lanes in Sun City.
So you bowled. I asked Theo this question, and it's a bit of a different perspective because he spent obviously so much time and effort trying to build and be able to create an event like this. So you got a chance to bowl and still may bowl in this thing. Did it feel like the type of event that Theo and the staff and really you, the bowlers too, right? Because everyone I feel like has a hand in that, because you know if you didn't show up before, right? You ain't showing up today, but you show up all the time.
Correct.
And you definitely were here today. So how does it feel for you to participate in something like this?
It's an honor for me. It's a great way to really sharpen up your game on this kind of pattern, just to get yourself really motivated and really get to the next level on a pattern like this, and do these sports patterns. It creates your it makes your self-esteem, you know.
Yeah.
Get yourself on the
a little higher, feeling
little
good.
higher, yes.
Confidence.
And your confidence goes up if you make great shots. You got to make good shots on this kind of pattern. You can't be lazy or like. And it's a pin carry too. I mean, you can get to the pocket, and it's just the luck of the pin carry for a lot of people and for myself.
Kyle Ponzo on this pair, along with Matt Zweig, Ed Smaglick, and George Gohagen III on 5 and 6. And on 7 and 8, Bobby Campanelli along with Garrett Strail moving over to the right. Kyle Duster and Anthony Simonson moving left. So they are now on 7 and 8. Here comes Aaron adding or entering scores, I should say, into the iPad. So we'll have the game 1 B squad tournament update coming up, and once that's available, I will share that link with you in the chat so you can keep an eye on it game to game. We'll do the same, and we'll continue to get a hard copy so I can kind of keep an eye on. I like to look
the
at
score counts and the pace of the game. Yes,
I like to look at small trends and see what the high games were each game. It was weird. I thought the game 7, the way it was trending, it just felt like the scores were going to be lower this morning in game 7, and the high game that game was 236.
Correct.
Which was the lowest of the day.
Right. The transition is pretty drastic after game 4. I mean, you have to really jump left after game 4, and it's a big jump, not a small jump. Because the track is gonna burn out.
Good shot.
That was a good shot from Matt Swiggy.
GG3, one of the best in the business, has been for a minute now, living in Vegas. As you said, one of the top players in Nevada. That is where he is. He's got the family with him too. Good look at talented lefty, looking for an early double.
Just left of the pattern there, just a little bit. Kyle Duster on lane 7. Ooh.
Yeah, you try to stay away from those.
Yes, you have to get away from those dreaded splits around here.
There were, you know, for as much bowling as I saw this morning, and obviously there's going to be splits, but I felt like overall there weren't that many as a group, at least from the lanes that I could see all the time. Obviously didn't get a chance to see what was happening on the high end, but, you know, they were, I thought, for the most part, to a minimum, which obviously, you know, helps keep you in any game and
Correct, yeah.
in any squad in that situation. I did see a lot of 4-pins from righties, a lot of 4-9s, saw some 6-8s for lefties. Those tend to be kind of prominent this morning.
Yeah, a lot of corner pins as well. We got a lot of corner pins, 10 pins. I didn't see a lot of like stone 8s or stone 9s this morning on this kind of pattern. Nice shot from Ponzo. Anthony Simons, lane 7. Great shot from Anthony Simonson on lane 7.
You bowled with Charlie Price this morning.
Charlie Price, yeah, he's a nice little stroker right up the boards. Not nothing much to his game, but yeah, he's throws the ball very well up the boards.
Someone had mentioned Weekend Hacker in the chat, talking about the grinder, watching Charlie just grind. His low game at the time was a 191. His high game was 203, I think it was.
Right.
This was we were talking about this during game 8, and he was right there, of course, battling for that ninth spot.
Ninth spot, correct, yeah. And he left a few couple nice 10 pins, nice
One in the ninth
shots.
frame.
Yeah, right. Nice shots in the 9th frame that almost would have sent him over to the top 9. But just couldn't get there.
About to drop the B squad standings link for you. Not sure if they're updated as of yet, but I did check the Complete Bowling Events Facebook page or group page, and Theo has already dropped the link there. So when the scores are up, I'll let you know. But here is the link, so you'll have it already.
Yeah, as you can see now, they're going to start getting more left of where they played earlier. They're starting to migrate left.
Well, the interesting thing I saw earlier today, I thought was, you know, I was watching Matt Jones, you know, have the front 7 on 5 and 6 in game 2, and he was already at 5th arrow. And so at the time, I was wondering, is he going to run out of lane? Is he going to have to continue to move left? And I didn't see him. I know I saw him on 3 and 4 and 1 and 2, and he didn't have to, you know, make drastic moves. But one smart thing he did, and all smart players and players in general should do this, though, he was already, I think, checking, you know, what the next bowling ball was going to be. So when he got his fill shot, he was already trying something that seemed to be a little cleaner, maybe get a little further down the lane.
Correct.
So he wouldn't necessarily have to make
that
drastic
move left. Right, correct. But yeah, he the last 2 games down on the high end of the house, he was right about, he was up next to the ball return, but really laying it down right at the 1 board on the left side, getting it to that break point down around 13, past the rangefinders, I believe, just to get it to stop.
Again, off and running here, game 2. This is our 12:30 squad, B squad if you're just joining us.
Game 1's updated already.
And there it is.
Yep.
So game 1 is updated. We got the note from Theo, so feel free. I'm going to drop that in the chat for you just in case you see it. Game 1 is up. Visit the link above. And now, whenever you want to be cool and use the right emoji, they load so slow.
Yeah, those emojis, they are sometimes pretty crazy.
Come on, like there it is. There it is. All right, game 1 is up. Terry says the 202 game 1 for Mr. Goldshoes, and that is Brooklyn Rob. So
Yes, Brooklyn Rob. Yes, correct.
Theo told me the story. So Rob's wearing gold shoes. We'll see those later in this block.
Classic gold shoes. Yes.
Watched Ed bowl a couple of sweepers yesterday. He told me he led the first sweeper, but ultimately, I think that cost him from cash.
Yes.
He didn't cash after leading.
Right.
The first sweeper. Now it was there were 3 sweepers. You could bowl
all three if you want. Yes, correct.
And you could cash multiple times. And he ended up. Let's see. He shot 647. And finished 7th overall to get a check. But after leading one, it was kind of like, oh, okay, maybe, you know, and then no.
Well, it was like Matt Jones yesterday when he played the same shot that he played today that he played yesterday.
He did, and I didn't think, and I've seen Matt probably 3 times now, both the first 2 at the New Mexico Open.
Right.
But I guess 4. I watched him yesterday, the sweeper, and then this morning. And I was thinking, like, all right, he bowled the last sweeper, which was 2 o'clock, I believe.
Yeah, 2, yeah, correct.
And I'm like, okay. All right, so theoretically, there's no real oil. So I'm thinking that's maybe game number, well, in an 8-game block, maybe that's game 6. I think
about 5 or 6.
There wasn't a lot of traffic, although I think there were a few more bowlers in the first sweeper. There were only a few in the last one, right? So I'm like, all right. But then he's playing there, you know, in game 1 and game 2 as he was in the sweeper. And I'm like,
right.
Oh snap! Like, how's he doing this?
Yeah.
And I learned a lot about his game. Man, he can repeat.
Yeah, he is. He's very smooth at what he does. Yes.
It was fun to watch him yesterday, and it was fun to watch him this morning. So
yeah.
I now see why he's in the Hall of Fame.
Yes. Yes. And yeah, like I said, he planted it on the 1 board on the left side, and that's why how he qualified today for his just being real smooth with the ball, letting the ball do the work. That's all.
We got the game 1 update as we mentioned. Let's go over the scores here if you haven't already. ND, good start for Bob Wiley. Actually, that's not the right link. Let me go to the live stream chat and click the right link. I'm still looking at A squad. Bob Wiley shot 266. Talk about getting off to a good start.
Yeah, he's smooth. He's a Sun City bowler. He's an up and in kind of gentleman. And then yeah, then you got Tim at 245. You got. So yeah, you got some high scores. The first set, a little bit bigger than the first set, first score of the A squad.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So yeah, Wiley 266, Tim Eichhorn 245, Jeremiah Martin, who I got a chance to see up close at the New Mexico Open. I thought he threw it really well. He shot 241 to start. We saw Kyle Duster shoot 238. Excuse me, Dallas Leong 228. Milo Coronado 228 also. Dwight Burns, we saw him shoot 227. Mark Mazzulla 226. The great Brett Wolf 215. And then you go below ninth place, Chris Clerk 210, George Gohagan III 209, Thomas Stead 205, Keith Dahmer 202, along with Brooklyn Rob, Pure Shot, and David Haynes 200 even. So 15 players even or better, with Anthony Simonson 199, Troy Blickenstaff 198, Robbie Campanelli 194, Matt Zweig, Michael Haugen, Brian Bledsoe, all with 193. There were a few players with some in the 190s that game as well. Be interesting to see how this squad unfolds. It's and even down tonight. You know,
yes. After the 6-game C block, it will continue to move left because of the memory is going to be tough for I think the C squad, because they're going to have to be moving left faster, I believe, than the morning squad. Little Dallas Leon over there started with the front 5 with the spare.
And Dallas, again, he's one of the rare ones who has figured out a way at the moment through, it's early, obviously.
Yes.
But to make urethane look all right. But he's not doing anything to it. I mean, he is going.
He is going as straight as possible.
Really straight.
Yeah.
You know, he's not outside of. I don't even know if he might be around that OB we were talking about, 9,
right,
10.
10, right, correct, yeah, and trying to get it to about 13, where he needs to be at with urethane. But like I said before, with a pattern like this, pair to pair is really tough on a condition like this, and pair to pair. You just got to know your pair to pair game and look and probably, you know, I would kind of venture to the next pair over and see how they're throwing the ball maybe, and see what they're using sometimes. But yeah, it's pair to pair is really different. Because to me personally, the high end of the house is a lot more open, okay, I would say, than the low end of the house here. It's a lot more tighter down at this end, probably 1 through 12 maybe, and then 13 through 24 down there is pretty a little bit more open, and that's where I started at on 15 and 16 this morning, when I shot 244, because it did open up a little bit for me in the morning time. And then when I got down here to the 1 through 10, they got really tight down lane.
I think Wesley Lowe mentioned something about that a little bit, and he didn't say it. He was, you know, like all bowlers do, right? Especially when they see someone on the air, we mouth things to the other players, or
right,
you know, as to not have it come on the air, right? But I could tell he was referencing that there's some difference between the high end, because he made the flip down here
to the low end,
yeah,
right,
and was not seeing, I think, especially at that time, you know, something similar.
Right, especially with Andrew Kane. Also when he was down at the high end, he saw a little bit more better look down at the high end than when they turned the corner down here on 1 and 2 and finished up here on, I think, 5 and 6 or 7 or 8. Made it a little tighter for them, and then Andrew Kane finally saw the line, and he moved a little bit left, a little bit right with his feet, and got it more right around 13, like I saw when he shot the last 6 to make it in for the top 9.
Well, GG3, another great lefty, of course, making it look pretty good right now. And I tell you what, if theoretically it gets better pairwise as you move to the higher end, I mean, he couldn't have started in a better place.
Yeah. I'd say, yeah, definitely people on the low end are gonna bowl well as they progress to the right. The people on the right on the even pairs, I think, are gonna be more successful as they go further down the the alley here.
I got William Graham in the building joining me. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Welcome to Bowlstream TV. If this is your first time, thank you for joining us. You're watching the CBE 10K Cactus Classic. It's the inaugural edition. First time Theo and Complete Bowling Events will be giving away this type of dough, as we talked about. 10K to the winner tomorrow. Match play, 32 players will advance. Oh my goodness. A 10-pin that thought about going down for Wesley Buckles on the, I don't know if you saw it on the far left of your screen. We'll have to make a score change and correction and all that stuff. But nonetheless, so we appreciate you. Hit the thumbs up as you peruse the cabin here. Make sure you hit the thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't already to Bowlstream TV. The next mission is to get to 6,000 subscribers. Hopefully we can do that by the time this year ends, around just over the 5,700 mark.
Oh, fantastic, yeah. Oh,
wow.
Look at that, yes. The 8 fell last for George,
Okay.
all right.
All right. More highlights. Let me write that down. Let's see. This is game 2.
Game 2, yes.
8-pin forward.
It stood there for a minute and it said, sorry, I'm going to go forward, yes. Dallas Leon still's working his magic with that urethane over there. Got 268 possible going into the 10th frame on lanes 1 and 2.
Did you get any carry like that today?
No. I didn't have a. Well, I had a few. Carries where the 1-2 stood, and it some pin came off the wall and knocked the 1-2 over.
Okay.
And then that's where my 244 came in at. Probably 2 frames later, I carried the 610 with a Mester coming across that way. Had the 6-bagger there for me to get to 244. Kyle Duster trying to come back from a not so good of a start to second game.
Hook a little. Wow.
George is whacking him on the left with a 6-bagger up.
So those are shots earlier today, folks, where if you miss there, A-squat, I feel like there was no forgiveness.
That was a washout, yes.
There was no forgiveness.
Correct, yeah.
You know, PBA washout. In that case, it would be the 1, 2, 4, 7.
1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4, 6.
Yeah, 1, 2, 4, 6.
Yeah.
Type washout. And you know, I'll give GG3 his credit though. You know, he's got probably a few more revs than most. That's from a lefty perspective. So, but watching this ball do that, I'm like,
yeah. Yeah.
I mean, if right when we were talking about good misses, like
that. Yeah, that was a good miss.
if he
yes.
can miss there,
you got an all day right there. Yes.
He's probably not going to strike every time, but he would have left a 7-pin at worst.
Right.
I mean, that's home cooking right there.
Yes. And it's just going to get better for him because I think he's the only one on the left side. On the next 2 more pairs to the right, I believe.
Oh, that's a good point.
Because if he just keeps it there, he's the only one that I can see that's going to be on the left for a couple more games.
Man, every time Ed puts one down, it looks like it's online. And
Well,
he'll get some late.
Just in front of the pin deck, you're about 55 feet just before the pin deck. You're going to get that little quick jump in right by the head pin, and that's that spot around 15, 16 down lane. If you hit on top of that, it's automatically left on the head pin or barely crossing over. Dallas Leon, 246 over there on lanes 1 and 2. So he's continued his swing forward from his first game.
Speaking of Vegas, we were talking about GG3, but Dallas represents Vegas as well.
Yes, and David Haynes.
Yep, they bowl
here.
everything. Oh, the old S4 there, which looked like the good lane for Matt overall. I felt he had a really good handle. GG3, 10th
That's
frame.
a good shot. Ooh.
And that's
high 4-6.
That's the bowling gods right there.
Yes, that was not a. I thought it was good off his hand, but the reaction on the back end wasn't pleasurable.
You miss one left, you get a good break. Right. Looks like pretty good. Maybe he missed it a hair right, and then
you get
the devastating
you
break.
get the devil to show his teeth. Ooh, Matthew Swiggy, 4 in, 4 out. Not a good 10th frame for him.
That's why he finishes at 153. Bruce got to 201 down there. See Chris Clark, it looks like he's moving in our direction. That group's finishing in the 10th frame also on 11 and 12. Opened in the 10th frame for GG3, he shoots 222. Those are always the ones certainly that hurt the most.
Yeah, those 10th frames are the key frames to try to get a few more pins. You got 3 chances in a 10th to get those pins up there. For the foundation frame, if you get the 9th frame, it'll get you a little bit of help on the 10th frame. Great shot from Ponzo.
Ponzo. Garrett will get to 189 with a strike. Very nice rebound. He had a very tough start on 5 and 6. And we saw a few players actually have some slower starts, but in an 8-game block, you're never quite out of it. If you start slow, and you can just kind of hold on, if you will.
Correct. Yeah.
And wait for the lanes. Depending on your situation, open up a little bit, get comfortable, maybe catch a good couple pairs. You can make some things happen.
Yeah, like I said, pair to pair, you don't know what you're going to run into the first 2 frames of a pair, so you have to adjust off of that very quickly.
Bobby goes through the nose. He was looking at a potential 240s game.
He got that one a little short inside and checked up on him, leaving him in the 3-6.
Yeah, you got to extend on this pattern.
Yeah,
because especially if you're trying to work the middle part of the lane, even if you're trying to get it right or left, depending on what hand you bowl with or hands.
Yeah, you can't set it short, or it's automatic left off the lane. Even with the volume in the front part of the lane, it doesn't hold up. Like I said, right there for Ponzo, he gets one to the right, and it never reads the pattern on the backside with a 6 count.
Here's Simo. Boy, it's hard to throw it better than that.
Yes, with that ball speed that he has, and And rev rate, yeah.
Someone who talk about having a lot of tools in the
bags, yes.
in the bag.
Yes, a lot of tools in the bag.
He's got about every one.
Now he's going to a, that looks like a, I don't know if it's a Nova or a Reality. That looked good too.
Yeah, it looked kind of reality-ish,
Yeah.
color scheme-wise. Maybe the RSX3 on the first.
Yeah, that could be right. Yeah.
On the first, oh, I'm sorry, the last shot. The second shot, I should say, the 10th. Second shot in the 10th, I think that was that ball. 186, and he had to save 180 there. He had a couple of splits, one in frame 6 and one in frame 8, and didn't throw his first double until the 9th and 10th.
10th, right? Yeah, he had to save that one. Starting off with game 3, Matthew Swiggy in the gutter for game number 3.
All right, into game 3. Again, folks, if there is a player in particular that you're wanting to watch and wondering when they might cross the feature pairs here, we've got 5 through 8. We do go to 9 through 12. Just let me know. I'll try to, I'll figure that out based on where they began. So I'll be happy to help you there. We've got standings through game 1 is updated if you are just joining us. Of course, looks like everyone is, there's one pair, 17 and 18.
Yeah. Ari Wilson down there on 17, 18, finishing up.
Yeah, and I don't see a score for a few frames, which means he's got a few strikes.
I think he's got the last 5, I believe, that I can see from here.
So we'll have game 2 scoring updates for you here momentarily. Again, thanks to Theo, Aaron, Angie, and the entire staff. George Sandoval. George started on 15A, which means 1, 2, 3.
He's going to come this way, so he's going to be on 9 and 10. Game 3, he's going to be on 9 and 10. So,
okay. So
yeah, he's going to be right in your live stream on the on 11 and 12 or 9 and 10 camera.
My man Dan Price.
Dan Price brings the back door to you for a spare shot.
I didn't even see his first shot.
Oh, that was in the gutter fast by the arrows. Yes.
So Dan Price went gutter spare to start. Well, we'll take that. Spares are good.
Yes, yeah. Spares are premium here at the Cactus Classic.
9 through 12 requests. Okay, can do that for you. I was curious to where Simo would start when he got to this pair.
Same as over there, but he switched instead of there. He went to I don't know if that's a Nova or if it's
I think that one was his first shot was still an RSTX3.
RSTX3, yeah, the new one.
Yeah, I think that one might just have a bit more surface on it. All right, 9 through 12. Yes, I got you. Let's see if anyone is all right. So 5 and 6, they're just bowling with 3.
Yep.
Just trying to see how the pace might play out. We'll give it a few frames here, and then we'll go to 9 through 12 for a few. See what's popping. See what develops. Dan Price on the right. Keith Dahmer has joined us.
Yep.
Really enjoyed talking to Keith at last year's New Mexico Open. He made a very valiant run. One step before, or one match, I believe.
Before the final match, yes, correct, yeah. Yeah.
Well, my guy, Wesley Buckles. I had a good story prepared for Wesley. I don't know if I can tell it. He's throwing them in the channel. Long story short, though, Wesley is from Chicago, as I am, and he bowled high school, or went to the same high school, and bowled on the same high school team as a former collegiate teammate of mine.
Okay, right.
Whose name was Brian Ginger. And I haven't seen Wes in, man, he went to Arizona State.
Oh, ASU alumni, yes.
He went to Arizona State, and I think he bowled for a little bit. And really since, you know, maybe because our collegiate careers kind of overlap maybe by a year. So I didn't see him much. So it's been, you know, a good 15 plus years.
Wow.
Since I've seen him, you know, thankfully social media serves its purpose in the
yes.
You get a chance to kind of keep up with people that you don't get a chance to see, talk to often, but it's fun to see him. He's living in LA now. He just got back into, well, he told me he got back into bowling pre-COVID.
Pre-COVID, okay.
Literally pre-COVID.
Wow.
And then COVID happened, so he was back out of the game like everybody else.
Yeah, for a year and a half, yes, yeah.
And so he's got back on it. Mark Baker, he's getting some lessons from Mark Baker.
Okay.
Out in SoCal. He told me he was talking to Mark, and he said, "Man, do you think I should go bowl this tournament?" And Mark was like, "You know, why the not? You know?"
Yeah,
like,
right. Might as well go give it a try. It's only 4 hours away from, well, LA might be 5.5 because of the freeways, but yeah, I'm an Orange County native myself, so I mean, I grew up with Mark Baker and all those guys out in California. I'm an Orange County native, so yeah.
Kyle, you asked about Troy.
Troy Blankenship?
Yeah, Troy started on 19. So 1, 2, 3.
I think he's moving right. No, he's moving left as well because he's on 15 and 16, I believe.
So he's on 15 and 16.
Yeah.
So he is working his way toward us.
So you'll probably see him on the 4th or 5th game on the live stream on 11 and 12, 13 and 14.
Wow.
Camera.
And another S4, this time from the left side, is O'Hagan left one on a double.
Yeah, you miss a little bit in. It's going through the face. It's just the way this pattern is. If you don't get it right or doing George left, if you get it in, it's gonna face about 55 feet down the alley.
Price, that one looked like it was going to be online from the spare opportunity.
Yep.
George gave that one a run as well. Wesley pitched one right again. He did make it spare in the second. I tell you what, I admire anybody who has stepped away from the game, you know, for whatever reasons. Life is life. And to be able to, you know, say, hey, you know what? I feel good enough, right? Getting some good lessons. I feel all right in my game. Well, I can go take a shot at 10K. That's not easy to do.
No,
even if you're feeling great, it's not the easy thing to pay the entry fee and kind of shoe up for it for 10K.
Right. Yeah, 275 is a good dollar amount for I think for a $10,000 purse, you know.
And Smaglick looks like he's made a ball change when he moved over to 3 and 4. And a good start, early double. Let's see how O'Hagan rebounds. Ball change here. Good job by Simo, made the ball change. Spare double for Anthony Simonson.
See what George here does after a 4 in and 4 out. Leaves a little flat 7 on lane 7.
Yeah, and nearly a 7-10.
10, yeah.
Those situations where you go S4 on the right lane, nearly 7-10 on the left lane. probably wondering that, maybe it's time for a potential ball change. You keep that in the back of your mind. Speaking of 7-10s, Kyle Duster gets the 7-10 to go out.
That's where the rev rate comes in at, to get those pins to move like that.
All right, one more from Simo, and then we'll check on 9 through 12.
Yep.
Their DS. This could be one of those games. Yeah, I watched this reality. Yep, this could be one of those games for Simo. We'll check back in a minute.
Well, the spare 3-bagger, yep. And he's got that, like I said, about that 13 range down lane where the ball's crossing with that ball speed of his.
All right, so checking out 9 through 12. George Sandoval actually just made a spare then on 11. He is with Brett Wolf. Who else is down there? Bruce Franks.
You got Chris Clark is down there. Bruce Franks. Yep.
This is game 3, so whoever started on 13. On 13, let's see, Chris Clark and Mike
Piot.
Piot, thank you.
Yep.
There's Brett Wolf. First time I saw Brett Wolf was at the 2010 maybe USBC Open Championships, or Nationals as many like to refer to it as. And the following year, watched him, and he was bowling with an Arizona contingent, which was my first real introduction to a lot of the players that I now know, like Chris Clark, for example, helping win the Team All Events Eagle with Andrew Kane. I went through this last event. Adam Ishman was on the team.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Adam and Andrew Kane, Chris Clark.
Same thing I went through when I was referencing this at the Team All Events. There's one name that always leaves me. Last time it was Adam Ish, but I remembered Ish this time. Kyle King and Les.
Kyle King,
Sherwin.
yes. Yes.
Les Sherwin, Kyle King, Andrew Kane, Chris Clark, and Adam Ishman. That squad won, again, Team All Events in 2011.
Yeah, it's the same year I shot my 300 at Nationals back in Reno. That was, in 2011.
Really?
Yes, I am one of the 300 shooters back in 2011.
How about that?
Yes. So every year I get announced,
Yes,
which is fantastic.
Well, this thing is all coming together here.
Yes.
So, because I worked that event. I worked that year.
Okay.
So
okay.
Now I'm wondering, like, did I talk to you about this 300?
Yes, you did. Yes,
Was it me?
because it was the it was Adam too, that because you both was in the same yeah, because it was on doubles. It was my doubles event.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, they both obviously Team All Events. So yep. How about that?
Yeah.
Wow. 11.
11 years. Yep. Yeah, you haven't seen me in 11 years.
That's incredible.
Yeah. You look familiar now when I go back and look. Yeah.
It's coming back to me a little bit. The one thing about
because Matt Canizaro was with you.
Yep. Me and Matt, and it was just me and Matt actually.
Yes,
that
correct.
entire year.
No, you're all right. you're safe to the right. Yes. We got some spectators here rooting their players on and watching a lot of good bowlers here at the Cactus Classic. here in Sun City.
Yeah, we got 9 through 12 popping. Here is Chris Clerk. And Chris now 9 spare, strike, 7 spare. I know the score. Yeah, I tried to get the scores on that camera just because that's just one camera there. So I try to angle it to get the scores if you happen to be watching, you got your 60-inch screen up at home, which a lot of people do. If that's you, man, I appreciate it. I've seen a few photos whenever someone's watching a stream on their big screen.
They get these big screens that they're sitting at, yes.
It makes
like,
any streamer feel great. Like, no, you got us up there on. You're really enjoying us, in whether it's the Man Dome or the She Shed, as me and my wife like to joke around. We're going to end up sharing our space. Oh my gosh!
Wow, solid 8 for George there.
Well, I was going to say, and I'm happy I did say it, but you may have seen it on the left side of your screen. Simonson, by the way, hasn't stopped striking since he made the ball change.
Ball change, correct, yeah.
So he's gone spare 5-bagger, and we'll get you back there, and we'll keep an eye on it. But I hadn't seen any, or I should say not any. There was one, but not a lot of 8 pins and not a lot of 9 pins.
No, because the pattern. To me, the pattern won't allow the ball to snap that hard in the back to create that 9 pin, 8 pin leaves. That I'm looking at, but a lot of 3/6 10s, a lot of 4 pins. We have
the typical if I miss in leaves.
Yes, yeah.
3/6 10.
If it comes off your left foot, yes, you're in trouble. Yes, yes, indeedy. Yeah, we do have Bob Wiley over on 1 and 2 with the front 5. I don't know what he did his second game, but he's got the front 5.
That's a great point.
Over there at on 1 and 2.
Let's hit refresh. It does look like game 2 is up. So let me refresh for those who may just be joining us. If you scroll up, folks, you'll see a link for B Squad standings, but I'm going to drop that so it's right there at the bottom for you. Game 2 is up. We'll look at some interesting items when we get the paper copy, but at the moment, Bob Wiley started with game 1. I should say 266. He went 184.
184, yes.
And now is back on the strike train here. But Dallas Leon, plus 74 at the moment. He is your game 2 leader after 2 games. I should say Brett Wolf second at plus 67. Bob Wiley, as we talked about, third at plus 50. David Haynes is fourth at plus 44. Dwight Burns is fifth at plus 40. Tim Eichhorn is sixth at plus 36. George Gohagan, the third, is seventh at plus 31. And then there is a tie for eighth, which I'll need to double check what the tie scenarios might be, if any. If there's a tie for the 9th spot of a squad.
Yes.
Because that would be very important to know.
That'd be a 2-frame roll-off for the 9th and for the final spot. Okay. Yes, correct.
And then Kyle Duster and Bobby Campanelli tie right now at plus 29 and 9th. Thomas Stead just outside the number at the moment at plus 26. Ari Wilson finished with 244 that game we were talking about. It looked like he had a lot of strikes. He opened with 169. He's at plus 13. Shane Smith is at plus 3. 12 players right now plus. Mike Piat, 13th at minus 5. Jeremiah Martin, 14th at minus 6. Chris Sanders, 15th at minus 7. Mark Mazzula, 16th at minus 8 at the moment. Bruce Franks, 17th at minus 11. And Brooklyn Rob, 18th right now, minus 14. And then tie for 19th, Deontay Fields and Anthony Simonson at minus 15. But Simo about to change his plus-minus total.
Yes, very fast, yes. With the spare and the 6-bagger in a row, yes, he's going to go to the plus side here, we're hoping.
Scooby in the chat says, I don't get why do most left-handers throw the ball so good. Not saying that they're better. I'm going to assume Scooby is left-handed based on that comment.
Yes, yes.
But I am going to agree with you that I don't think I've ever seen a left-handed bowler, really a left-hander that does anything.
Well, they don't have to move, you know. Because Scooby's right. The lefties don't have to move as much as the righties. There's less lefties compared to righties in bowling, I believe.
Yeah, there's always the old adage, or it's sometimes people making an argument. Sometimes it just shouldn't be a thing.
Right.
You know, the lefty-righty situation. But I know tournament directors, and I've talked to a lot of them, you know, by doing this and working in this business, you know, they try to really, you know, make it as even as
fair
they can.
as possible. Yeah, they might lengthen the pattern on the left, maybe blend it out a little bit on the left side. But yeah, all in all, if you had 4 lefties on one pair, what would you do?
Just wanted you to see Simo's 8th frame there. And so we'll go back to 9 through 12, but we'll watch obviously Simo here. GG3 has traded 9 spares and strikes since the 4. He's on the left side. You see his ball track going down the lane. He did strike in the 8th. So we'll keep an eye on his 9th and 10th as well. On 9 and 10, though, we've got someone with a good score. Let me figure out who that is in a second.
I think it's going to be
whoever is bowling with whoever is crossing.
Chris Clark.
With Chris is
Garrett. It's Garrett.
Oh, Garrett Sheet.
Garrett Street, yeah. Yeah, Garrett says the one that's probably the C bowler in the top right. He's got 138 in the 6 frame, yes.
This is one player over on 11 and 12. Whose name that is leaving me, but I know I saw him at the Mexico Open also. Chris Sanders, that's it. That's what I'm thinking
Chris
of.
Sanders, yeah.
Chris Sanders is down there on 11 and 12. Bruce Franks mentioned George Sandoval. And Brett Wolf.
Anthony Simonson going up on the 9th frame here. Working on the back 7.
I legit don't know a lefty that doesn't look good in anything. I mean, honestly, baseball, you know, golf, it's sometimes looked at as unorthodox. Looks great to me.
Oh, off the wall.
He wasn't sure. He wasn't sure about that one. I think he got it in a little bit. He wasn't sure about it, but the pin suggested otherwise.
Otherwise, right. Yeah, the sideboards here at Lakeview, they do come across very, very happy. You know, pins do fly here at Lakeview.
Garrett Shield, he is up here. 136 in the 6th, working on a strike in the 7th. And
oh, almost got the back door, leaving a 3 pin, excuse me, yeah. Leaving a 3 pin on lane number 9.
That group is in the 8th frame. So let's take you back to 5 through 8 here. As we see Wesley Buckles, West in the 10th frame. Hook a little.
Yeah, just got it outside of the rangefinder there. Just like about 11 down lane.
Oh.
Not getting that ball to come up.
There's a good one from my man, Dan Price.
Kyle Duster here working on a 190 pace. Oh, just a little soft. Goes through the face.
O'Hagan for 3 in a row. And George has set himself up very well for the 10th frame.
For a nice plus side, we're hoping, yes, for Mr. George.
Wes missed a single pin. Duster with a split. Dahmer leaves a 2-pin, and we're back to 9 through 12. Looks like a shot there for Bobby.
Bobby, yes.
Scooby is not left-handed. We
Sandoval
determined.
misses a 3-pin.
That's his first open of that game, too. So George's going to be at, he can get to 215 this game after that unfortunate open in the 10th.
Yeah.
Well, watch Brett Wolf.
Brett Wolf's got he's got the last 4 right now going into the 9th frame here. Sets it a little short, leaving the 2-4. Here's Anthony Simonson.
First shot, 10th frame. Bang.
Oh, beautiful.
It's funny watching Simo, and what I mean by that is I feel like I've known him for a while now, but I think he's still only 24.
Yes.
And so, you know, those are things like every now at most he's 25. At
Yes,
most.
yeah. He can't be more than 27, I don't think. Yeah.
You know, he's the youngest,
Especially growing that beard on him. Yes, that's fantastic.
youngest to win a major. That was in 2016.
Yes.
Which was the Masters at that point, and he won it again.
Ooh, George, after a 3-bagger, George goes 3 out to the left. Ouch. Anthony Simonson in the 11th frame here. And crushed it for a 10-back.
Simo is 25 now.
25, yeah.
Just turned 25 in January. Well, I guess that's been a few months.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
still, it's just like
25's a little is a baby, yes.
good spare.
Yeah.
Good spare. He's had some GG3 had some interesting leaves
Yes.
in this game. and a decent amount of strikes to show for it. 289 for Simo. Nice hand clap, and certainly
Yes.
well deserved. That's the high game of the tournament so far. And thankfully it was on Bullstream TV.
Yes, that is fantastic.
That always
yeah.
helps.
Bullstream TV is fantastic.
Well, fill shot for a GG3.
Yeah. And on a Brooklyn Cypher. Got him to 202.
He said that might have been the wildest 10th frame. And he's been bowling for a long time.
Yes. Yeah, that 3 count will probably be in the record books for George. I don't think he's ever left a 3 count in a 10th frame. I don't believe.
Well, so if you were, let me get back to Dan here in a second. That shot there for Dan. I missed his fill. But Dan got to 152. Theo was telling me earlier that Andrew Kane had a 185 game that featured a double, 185 clean with a double.
Double, correct.
During the sweeper yesterday. And I started thinking to myself, like, wow. Because if you're clean and you catch a double, typically that gets you to 2-0 at least.
Yeah. But when you're leaving 6 counts, buckets, 6-count buckets, I mean that bring it down pretty fast.
Yeah, he broke it down with
yes.
some 5 counts, a few 6 counts.
Yes.
And
but a clean 185, that's fantastic. Yeah, that's.
You know, for those when we do a lot of professional events, right, across the streaming platforms.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And you know, top players, they always talk about getting count. You know, you hear your parents talk about it. since you were a kid if you started bowling early. Even now, coaches, whoever
go
it is.
for your spares. Yes, you need your spare count. If it's a difficult spare to make, get your wood. You need your wood on a double, or if you're on a strike going in. Like the frame before, you need to get your pin count, because that's going to help you in the long run. I see a lot of tournaments with people that are missing the cut by a pin or two, and they're going after one instead of two, on a split count. So yeah, I mean, spare shooting and getting your pin count in the. Oh
Wow,
that was impressive. That was definitely impressive, making the 4 just barely going to the 2 into the 1 for a strike over there.
and that gets Garrett to 218.
Yes,
He'll take that.
Yep, I would take that one to the bank. Yes, on a pattern like this. Yeah, absolutely.
Bruce, let's see Kyle Ponzo finish it out here. Nice shot. I like Kyle's game a lot.
Very smooth, not too rev dominant. He doesn't have.
Nice shot on the fill there for Chris Clark. Something to look at on the fill. He gets to 204. Keith Dahmer to the left of your screen.
Yes, very smooth for Keith. 194 he got 2. He's a stroker out of Tucson. Nice guy, very down there guy that I've met recently here in Arizona. I've been here since '04 out of California. But yeah, I've been welcome here after winning the Sora Open last year that we're going to be doing in November.
Okay.
Yes. And winning a few things at the TAT that I've won, like the senior all events. I mean the senior scratch at the TAT.
And listen, don't hold back on these accomplishments. Let the people know.
Yes.
Let me know so
absolutely.
I know more.
Yeah. So yeah, at the TAT last year I won the senior scratch classic at the TAT in February last year, and then I came back in July and won the scratch event for the TAT.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you just previously bowl the most recent? Was it the Las Vegas Open?
I didn't bowl the Las Vegas Open in January.
Okay.
I was doing something here in Arizona. I wanted to bowl because it was right at my alley, I believe.
Sure.
Throwing urethane to the outside.
Okay.
But yeah, I didn't have a chance to get there. But I would want to bowl it next year when they do have it again, because I think that's an awesome tournament that Jamie Williams runs. McWilliams runs the TAT. So shout out to him and his staff also.
Yeah, that's an event that's, I feel like if you're a competitive bowler at any point in your life, you would like to bowl the TAT at least one time.
At least one time,
Right.
yes. Yeah.
So that's kind of on my list of tournaments to bowl.
Yeah, those that are out there in the bowling world, that is a tournament that you should at least try once. They have 5 divisions out there. They have a scratch, a handicap, 215 under, 49 under, and then they've got another division at 35 under. So yeah, at least one time in your lifetime you should go out there and try that tournament.
Simon moved to 3 and 4. Comes back, mouths wow as he works his way back from lane 4. Let's see what adjustments he might have to make on that particular pair. Just from a standings perspective, Simo was in 19th. Again, as we mentioned, at -15 at that point. So he's making the flop, and he's probably going to be
second, third, maybe.
Yeah, he's going to be in the top 9 after this. And with someone of his caliber, Scooby, you're right. I mean, Simo, he is on a different level. He really is. And that's not, I don't think that's something that anyone doesn't really know. But it's one of those things where if you get a chance to watch him up close, you really appreciate
his capability.
What he
yes.
really can do.
Do.
Kind of
Right,
like Belmont,
right.
too.
Yes,
and
correct.
any other great player, honestly.
Right.
Right? We can only see so much when we watch on our live stream here. And I appreciate you watching. There's only so much we can watch on TV, on Fox or FS1. And PBA appreciates you watching.
Yes.
But if you can get to an event.
And watch him live, yes, it's something to really watch what he can do with a bowling ball, and not do with a bowling ball.
Right. That's you know, again, and it's a privilege, you know, for someone like myself and, you know, those who work in the industry, you know, to watch greatness all the time.
Right.
That's one of the best things I love about working on the women's tour and seeing someone like Brianna Cote every week.
Yes, correct. Yeah,
Right?
she's another phenomenal Arizona bowler out of Tucson, and just recently winning the Queens Masters here in Arizona. Is a back-to-back years is a very big accomplishment, winning the Masters, the Queens Masters here in Arizona. So.
Got some new players here. Dan Price has made his way over along with Keith Dahmer. We get a chance to also take a look at Kevin Wilson and Ryan John. Chris Clerk has joined us now on 7 and 8, along with Mike Piot. Wesley Buckles has moved to the right along with, who is Wesley bowling with?
Oh.
Let's see. Whoever
Chris
is
Clerk, Wesley, Mike Piot, and I don't know the fourth. Oh no, because they only got 3 bowlers over there. Yes.
Oh,
they have an absentees score.
I'm tripping. Appreciate everybody tuning in. This is game 4 of 8 B Squad qualifying for the inaugural CBE Complete Bowling Events 10K Cactus Classic. Lakeview Lanes, wonderful 24-lane center. Big thanks to not only Theo Duthay, and who leads CBE tournament staff, Angie, Aaron putting in scores right now, but Mike Giermeyer, who is the GM here at this facility, and getting a chance to talk with him a little bit, and certainly with Theo and many others have already mentioned to me about what he does and kind of helps provide for CBE. Obviously, great facilities and the opportunities to run these events.
Yeah, he's the GM for Lakeview and Bell Rec here in Sun City. He just got the job this past year and a half. He does a real good job here at Lakeview, trying to keep the bowling industry and the bowling up, keeping it continuing
Yeah. Not only continuing, but man, what you guys are building here, and that is now has been built at this point. It's growing. I was telling Theo, I mean, I can see this tournament, you know.
Oh, going bigger, yes.
Easily
getting
to,
yeah.
You know, he had an entry goal, which sounds like he'll be maybe 20 or so short, which I think for the first year is probably
not too bad.
I'd imagine that's very good.
Because capping it at 48, I mean, with four man on each pair, is good. But they can only hold with 24 lanes, not that many bowlers. You know, it's kind of a little bummer about it. But we're hoping probably next year, maybe at RH Johnson, they got a few more lanes, maybe to get this tournament growing a little bit bigger for next year. Which is a 30 lane house or 32 lane house that he might want to go to. Keith Dahmer on lane 6 here with an open 9 spare. Nice shot in the third frame. Thanks for all of you watching on our live stream.
Yeah, how long are you hanging out there with?
I'll probably hang out for a couple more games here.
Okay.
Then I got to go home and see the wife and the kid.
That's important.
Yes. Yeah. And it's been an honor doing this live stream with you. And nice to see you again.
I know, right?
Hope to see you again in a
I hope
next
so too.
year or in another tournament.
I hope it's not you know, A, hope to be back next year whenever it happens. B,
Yes.
hopefully I can fit in another tournament in the area during
Absolutely.
the year.
Absolutely.
If it works out that way.
For any seniors out there here in Arizona or anywhere in Vegas or Nevada or wherever our guys are, we're having this called the Swirl Open in November. It's $2,000 or $3,000 for first place, but it's only for seniors 50 and over. If you guys wanted to come out and support that tournament, that's in November. Theo runs that one as well with the Jackie Smith Realty, and who sponsors the tournament and who sponsors this tournament with
West USA Realty.
Yes.
It was funny talking to Theo and a lot of other players this morning, and you know, bowling seems to be that industry, right, where you know there's so many bowlers, right, leagues, tournaments that you know everyone is just not a bowler. They do something else or have something else happening, own businesses, companies, whatever it is. And so he told me that Jacqueline is the president of the Metro Phoenix USBC, and I'm like, wow. So she's the president. She can go get you a house.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, she will get you a house if you want to buy one. Check her out. USA Realties, Jackie Smith.
That's incredible.
Yes, she is Metro Phoenix USBC president. Nice shot there from Keith Dahmer.
He's starting to get in a little bit.
A little deeper inside, yes. This is game number 4.
Yep, catching some of that oil there. You know, Keith reminds me a lot of myself, honestly. And I'm just looking at it from a game perspective because I grew up in the stroker mentality as well. Down and in, smooth, lower ball speed. And then you get older, you kind of understand, all right, there's certain things you got to learn how to do if you want to be successful.
Correct.
You got to be able to move left, especially when I got to college. It was like, all right, if you don't learn how to at least play fourth arrow, you're not going to bowl a lot later in the block.
Right.
As they break down, you can be great on the fresh, but start to struggle because, you know, you can't get the 10 out and that kind of thing.
Right.
But watching him, it kind of takes me back to, you know, just learning how to bowl. Great style, very classic in that sense, if you will.
Yeah, I was raised up in rubber, the rubber age, you know, Manhattan rubbers, and back in the early 80s, mid 90s, until urethane came out. And I'm a 2-finger bowler, probably one of the only ones in Arizona with Jim Pratt too, out of Revolutions. He's the second one as a two-finger bowler, not two-handed, but 2 fingers. But yeah, I was raised up going straight, you know, down the 5 to 7, 8 board with rubber.
It's a good question for the chat. Like, how did you, if you're watching this and you care to kind of engage here, how did you grow up? You know, what were some of the things maybe in your area? You know, sometimes it's, you know, who you grow up with. That's kind of who you emulate sometimes.
Right.
Obviously, if you watch what's on TV, all the great players on the respective tours, both men and women, maybe you emulate them.
Yeah. Mike Miller was one of the only, I believe, the only 2-finger bowler in the PBA at the time.
Yeah. Shot 300 on TV.
Correct. Yeah.
3-time champ.
Yeah, he was an idol of mine, and then Tony Bowman, also out of California when I was younger. He was a 2-finger bowler. when I was growing up. I kept score when I was 15 and a half. I shot back-to-back 300s at 15 and a half. Probably one of the youngest to ever do that in California with a Manhattan rubber. So yeah, I've got a lot of 300s, a lot of 800s. I do.
So if you didn't start in that, with that style, what made you maybe go to it?
I was bowling with a black hammer with my thumb in. I said,
Okay.
well, I didn't want the callus no more because I didn't want the pain no more. I said, I can't even stick my thumb in the ball no more with the callus getting ripped off. So I decided, well, I'm going to pick up a house ball. So I went over to the rack and got it and looked. Oh, I like this ball. This fits my fingers. First game out, shoots 235 with it. I remember this to the day over at Aztec Bowl in Buena Park. Yeah, shooting 235 out the gate with it, and I said, well, I'm gonna keep doing this. And at the age of 15 and a half, I go 300, 266.
Wow.
Yeah. And I liked it back
with a house
then.
ball?
Yes, with a Manhattan rubber.
Oh, right.
Yeah, with a Manhattan rubber. It was fantastic because I can see the black line on the lane on this wood lane. I said, oh, this is fantastic. So yeah, so that's my highest series ever since I've been bowling for 35 years. Yeah.
And that happened so early.
Yes.
And you're, I would imagine, a better bowler.
Yes.
Overall.
As of today, yes.
Right,
yeah. Yes.
That's incredible.
Yeah. If you guys look at my record for 300s and 800s, I've got over 125 300s in my 35 years. I've been bowling. Yes. And one at nationals is the biggest one. That's the biggest one.
That's the one right there.
Yeah.
If you could shoot 300 anywhere, I'm guessing most people would say, if they're familiar with the Open Championships and the history and how far it goes.
How far it goes back, yes.
Most people would say they would love to, have to shoot 300 there, or, if you got to choose between shooting 300 Open Championships, and I'm sure, even some of our players, and we've got, Masters champions in this field, right?
Yes,
Brett Wolf, for example.
Yes.
Anthony Simonson. They've won the Masters, but hey, if they shoot 300 at the OC, I feel like they would.
I think it's better.
Appreciate that.
Yes. Yeah.
And what that really means.
Because
nice
bear from Buckles over there. Yes, because your name is in lights every time you bowl. It's up on the scoreboard. With the whiteboard that they have when you walk in, you can see your name and the year you bowled it. And you know this because you worked for USBC back then.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, it's the same every year from that vantage point of taking the opportunity or the time to recognize, and the process starts early. Even from just what we used to do in the media department, figuring out, who was coming to bowl. We'd have a whiteboard up and list out all the
Eagle winners and teams. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's a work in itself trying to do that. Yes.
Yeah. At that time, we were live streaming was new still.
New, yes.
Right. So we were live streaming from the tournament, if you remember, and stuff like that. So figuring out who to stream and all the previous or the current repeat champions, or not repeat, defending champions.
Defending champions, yeah. I mean, you guys were streaming a lot back then with the singles champ, team champions, the doubles champions, team all events, yeah. So, yeah, you guys were doing a great job and a fantastic streaming those teams. And
those were the days.
Yes.
I miss those days. I do, and I know actually a lot of viewers do too, because that's often.
Yeah, because they like to watch. They want to watch.
People miss those streams from the OC.
Exactly. Yeah.
He had a front 6 alert on 13 and 14.
Oh,
I'll tell you who that is in a second. Seeing some scores here on 9 through 12. GG 3 on 26 in the 6th frame. He's got one open that came back in the 3rd. Ponzo, Kyle is struggling a little bit here. George Sandoval, though, he is going to remain clean. So he's now clean through 7 frames. Speaking of George.
Anthony Simonson trying to find his groove on lanes 3 and 4. He's got 96 in the 6th frame.
Yeah, that first strike he threw on lane 4, when he said wow, that let me know that he's going to have to put in some work. Something's a little
off there.
Yeah,
yes,
there's definitely a difference pair to pair, as you talked about during the broadcast. Hey, Dan. Get Dan Price here.
Dan Price got a nice 5-bagger.
5 in a row.
For Mr. Dan Price.
Yahtzee.
Yes, Yahtzee.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got you, Gears. 1307.
Oh, that's a Troy Blankenship, I believe, is on 13.
I'm ready whenever.
Oh, yeah. After this game, we'll set you right in here.
He's got to go home.
Yeah.
He's got to go home.
The boss is calling.
Troy's got this. Troy got that 7.
Is that who that is?
Yeah. Yes. Troy Blankenship got the
Okay.
front 7 over there.
Well, someone asked about Troy. I think it was Kyle Wakefield. And
Yes.
Kyle, if you're
Kyle.
still watching or listening, Troy has the front 7 on 13 and 14, and he is moving left, as we mentioned earlier. So 5, 6, 7, 8. He's going to finish in camera range for the next 4 games.
4 games, right? Yep. He'll be on 11, 12, 9, 10, 7, 8, and 5 and 6 for his remaining 4 games.
So Dan Price on a 5-bagger. Next time he's up, we'll take you back to 5 through 8. Check that out. GG3. Did he get the 7 out?
No, it's still standing up there.
Fred Hunt said, I always wanted to throw it like Mike Albee. Me too. I'll tell you. You know, you think about bowlers in general and people you would love to emulate right as a child. And I'm right-handed, but
one of the legends, Mike Albee.
It doesn't matter. When I see a Mike Albee video, I just stop and watch it in its entirety.
Very smooth player, yes. Man.
And a great person.
Yes.
If you ever meet him, he is an outstanding individual. Oh, speaking of calls, like we legit got a call.
That was the wife calling. Yes. No. Oh, that was a good shot on lane 6.
All right, I got to make sure I get back to Dan here for frame 10. When he go back, he's going to go back and watch this and say, he doesn't even get my best shots. Alexa's going to tell me the same thing. Simo looks like maybe
found his groove on that pair.
He's throwing a different ball on lane 3. We'll pay attention to see if he's throwing 2 different balls, one on each lane, or if he's just made the move. Chris Clerk with a devastating 9-pin. Nice spare for Brett Wolf. How about that?
Nice little washout leave and great shot.
Wesley Buckles. All right, West has set himself up in the 9th.
Troy Blankenship leaving looks like a 6-pin that he makes, so he's got 279 and working on 279 going into the 9th frame, 10th frame over there.
We were talking about Kevin, or you were referencing and mentioning your style, two finger, and Kevin, similar style in that sense. I haven't seen him put his thumb in the ball. So we'll watch Kevin. He just threw a very good shot on in the 9th. GG3 gets a very good break. You'll have another chance for to maximize his 10th frame.
Yep. He's got 165 in the 8th. Working on a strike in the 9th. Dan Price here. Oh, that is out the window.
Here's Brett Wolf.
Gets that inside, goes to the face. Like,
let's watch Dan's final couple shots here. 7 and 8 also into the 10th frame.
Chris Clark working on a 208 pace here. He strikes in the 10th.
Hold on, ball. All right.
All right. That's a good score on this condition here, 220.
After this shot here from Dan, we'll talk about the game 3 scores. I can tell you that Brett Wolf, the leader after 3 now. George Sandoval just left a stone cold 9-pin as well. His first shot in the 10th, and he can only get into the 190s, 198 specifically now. Brett Wolf plus 90. Bob Wiley second at plus 79 on the squad.
Yeah.
Simonson jumped to 3rd with his 289 game to get to plus 74. It's a great game though. 222.
222, yes. And GG3 over there has got struck in the 10th. He's got a nice 225 pace.
It's a big deal there for GG3. I mentioned, you know, we were talking about some of his 10 frames. George just missed Sandoval, that is. Unfortunately missed the single pin there.
Yeah, his Sandoval spare game's not looking too well. Yeah, trying to pick up these single pin spares is the key to making your score higher or lower.
There's one he'll be proud of there.
Yes.
Couple of great shots. So he'll be in the 220s.
225 or 226, yeah.
Keith Dahmer. Wesley gets to 175. Mr. Wolf.
He's gonna drop out of the race a little bit. He's going a $160 this game if he makes this spare.
Had some carry there for Josh Tajiri.
Chris Clark 197. Still holding pace here at minus 3 on that game.
Final shot for Gohagen.
Keith Dahmer is working good for a 226 pace here if he strikes in the 12th.
Not the easiest of spares here for Brett Wolf, but he made
And
it look
he
easy.
cleans that one up. Yep.
$11 and 12. Got a few frames left. Watch Keith Dahmer's final shot. Piot had an opportunity. Getting to the 2 O's or the 2 teens. An unfortunate count there.
Keith Dahmer has a really simple game here. Nice and easy. Nothing,
Man, that
nothing
is-
too, yeah.
That's
Nothing,
just pure.
nothing too hard about his game, I tell you.
That's just pure.
Yeah.
226 for Mr. Dahmer. Good spare in the 10th. Didn't want to leave it, did Mike, but he made it, and that's not an easy spare to make.
All right, Brett Wolf, your tournament leader right now, shoots 164 on this game here.
Got a glimpse of GG3 getting his ball off the rack, but carrying his young son 4 with him.
Yes.
It's fun watching. I didn't know what it meant until you have your own kids, especially on social media. So if you do like to share, not everyone does, kind of share their children on social media. But people always tell me, man, I look forward to your updates. I just love watching and seeing how your kids are doing.
Right.
And so when I saw GG3 today, he recently posted something about his son not wanting the waffles that he made. But he gave them to him dry. He didn't give him any butter.
Oh, yes.
Syrup. So
My son likes them dry, I'm telling you. He eats them like, oh, don't put no syrup on them. Don't put no butter on them.
Really?
I want to eat them dry, yes. I said, oh.
So I was like, yeah, I saw him in the waffles not too long ago. So it's fun to watch from the social perspective and keep up with people and their children and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh, Campanelli's still at it.
Yeah.
They 11 and 12. Looks like 13 and 14. No, 13 and 14's got about one shot
We got
left.
one shot left. Yeah, Troy Blankenship down there. I don't know what his score is, but
looks like he's going to be in the 260s. No, maybe the 260, 267.
267. Okay.
Well,
that might have pushed him up into the. Oh, he's down here at the bottom. 190, 170.
oh, that's a huge game for him.
Yeah.
He's now plus 10. No, I'm sorry. No, that's right.
Yeah, plus 10.
He's
yeah.
plus 10
yeah,
now.
267 that game. Yeah, plus 10. So that puts him pretty much in the top 15 right now.
You need one game, and thankfully his start, it could have been much worse. I'm sure 198, 175, 170. I feel like that's about the cutoff.
Yeah.
As far as low games that you want. We talked about in a long 8-game block. Anything can happen.
Yeah, if you get one good game in there and you keep your scores at 170, 180, then yeah, you can kind of pace yourself on getting that ninth spot if you can. But this will finish up game number
4.
Game number 4, going on to game number 5. Well, I'm gonna get Theo here to take my spot. I gotta get going. Nice talking to you. And,
I appreciate you.
Thank you
Mr.
out there
Graham.
for the bowling community. Hope you guys are liking and watching this Cactus Classic here at Sun City. My name is William Graham, and I will sign off, and we'll hope to see you again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you much. Appreciate it.
And if you do bowl tonight, good luck. I'll see you then.
All righty.
All right. That is William Graham, folks. I appreciate him for joining me, talking about this pattern and everything bowling related. While he takes or has to step out and leave the building, I too will take a small break after the conclusion of Mr. Tajiri's shot there. We got Bobby Campanelli still at it. And it looks like 5 through 8 are now off and running as well. All right, so let's get you to 5 through 8.
We got Mr. Jacob Butcher here.
Well, I'm gonna take one break before Jacob Buttroff joins me. So when we return, Jacob Buttroff will be in the booth. So hang tight, and we'll hear from my guy. Back with you in a moment here on Bowlstream TV. All right, folks, welcome back. We are into Game 5 officially. Looks like everybody is into Game 5 now. And as William was leaving, Jacob Buttriff decided to hop on board. I appreciate JB. What's going on with you?
Not much, Emil. Just decided to pop in. Finally in a tournament where I can, stay in my own bed tonight and then come out and even though it's a little bit of a drive, it's pretty good to have a tournament out here in Arizona again.
Yeah, that is rare. I imagine, obviously, you spent a lot of time traveling the world. When's the last time you had a chance to sleep in your bed for an event before this week?
Probably actually the regional last year in Arizona,
Okay.
which is our Mesa Open, which is going to be next weekend as well. So back-to-back weekends with tournaments in Arizona. So back-to-back weekends where I don't have to get out of bed.
I'm assuming that's good. Like, most people always, love being able to sleep in their own bed. But, sometimes it's like it gets you out of a rhythm, so to speak, because it's different, if that makes sense.
100%. And, I feel like even just bowling in your hometown, not only do you feel more comfortable, but at the same time, you feel like the added pressure is there because you get to bowl with all the people that you see on a weekly basis. So it's definitely it's kind of like a bittersweet moment where you feel comfortable, but at the same time, you don't want to let anybody down.
Right. Well, how happy are you to see a $10,000 event in your hometown, in your neck of the woods?
It's truly an honor, and Theo has been putting a lot of work into our CBE events. He did an amazing job starting the club. I was trying my best to help out, and we've kind of built a family pretty much into the Arizona bowling community. We're all pretty tight, and I feel like finally being able to get a tournament out here, and not only just getting the Arizona bowlers, but we had over 100 entries of guys that are out here bowling. We got Anthony Simonson last minute. David Haines coming out as well from Vegas. Have a couple of guys from New Mexico come out. So just getting all these faces out here, I feel like it's the best way we can. This is our first ever CBE Cactus Open, so This is definitely a good start.
Jacob Buttriff in the booth. Kyle, yes. So take you to 9 through 12 here in just a second. I know you want to check out Troy. And Troy's got spare strike 7-pin.
Yes.
Just in the 3rd frame. I'll watch at least the 5th frame. I don't know who has the front 4.
Front 4 is actually Bob Wiley. I believe he's from the East Coast originally. He's just moved out here recently to Arizona, and he started the tournament great, and he's currently in 2nd right now. So
yeah, Bob's been doing his thing.
I've only watched a couple of shots, but him being right in front of us right here looks like he's got a pretty good look, and he's in his comfort zone.
This looks like scores are almost updated all the way through Game 4. We're just missing what looks to be a few pairs left. But I'll drop the link again in the chat just so you know where to go. We talked about them briefly, but I didn't drop it in the chat for Game 3. So we'll call it Game 3/4, but it's really Game 4 at this point. But click that link, and we'll see the results. They do update in real time.
Bob with the front 5 now, so
Bob has gone 266, 184, 229, and 182. And again, scores aren't all the way through Game 4 for every player, but right now, Simonson at +68 after 4, Wiley at +61 after 4, Gohagen the 3rd, +56 after 4. It's a tie for 4th with Michael Haugen Jr. and Brett Wolf at +54. Chris Sanders at +36. Ari Wilson is 7th at +33. Chris in 6th, by the way. Thomas Stead 8th at +20, and Bobby Campanelli right now 9th at +19, with Brooklyn Robb in 10th at +14. And Troy Blickenstaff 11th at +10 after the 267 game. Kyle Duster 12th at +3. Tim Eichhorn 13th at +1. And then we get into the negative numbers on the plus-minus scale there. Now, keep in mind, again, unofficial because Dallas Leon's score has not been recorded. And Dallas was the early leader. Ed Smaglick was at +2 after 3 as well. So 2 individuals to keep in mind. Once it's all updated, I'll remind you to take a look at that link as well.
Very challenging lane conditions. It's 44 feet, pretty high volume, and it's extremely flat through the front part of the lane. And a lot of guys have had to migrate in quickly because we are on a hooking surface. So because the lanes are so flat through the front part of the lane, they're having to use angle to keep their angles super, not super steep, but super tight, but having to give it a little bit of room through the front part of the lane. And as they've kind of developed, but because they're so flat that you can't exactly give it way too much room, otherwise you're just running into that OB zone.
We'll see Bob Weil in a minute. I'm going to throw the pattern up here real quick. As Jacob was just talking about, mentioned I try to do it almost quarterly from the block perspective. You think about, obviously, on the fresh. Now we're into game 5, so we're in the back half. We're in the middle of the block. And seeing the pattern and where individuals are playing. Bob.
Extremely soft-handed. Definitely gets it. Definitely has consistent ball speed. I've watched him a handful of times since he's been out here in Arizona. Very consistent, and this is definitely his wheelhouse where he doesn't have to be super sporadic with his ball roll and his ball speed. So he's definitely putting his name up there on the list for sure.
All right, take a quick look at what's happening on 9 through 12. Here's Josh Tajiri. As Theo mentioned, Josh, I think from Northern California. That's actually one of my favorite places on earth, just NorCal in general, the Bay Area. Spent some time there and loved every minute of it, except for the prices of housing. So we got Bob Wiley here with the front 6. Jake, we've talked a lot in the past, but like, now I feel like I'm obviously in your backyard, if you will, right? So from a bowling perspective, any of these players that are competing this week are how many of them that you got a chance to kind of talk to growing up and kind of help steer you from a bowling perspective, like, and what you've been able to accomplish, obviously, on the lanes.
So if everybody knows, I was actually born in Las Vegas, and the first 18 years of my life, but I ended up moving to Arizona, ended up going to college at ASU, but there's a lot of guys that are bowling this week that I knew before I moved out to Arizona, and we bowled juniors a lot together, handful of guys that are actually bowling the squad that I competed against in just regular tournaments. I just watching in front of me, I know Chris Clerk is bowling pretty good. He's a past New Mexico Open champion, but very, very competitive every tournament he bowls. Brett Wolf, the same thing. I mean, everybody in this area basically knows Brett Wolf. Won the Masters back in 2002. Always put his name in the books when he's bowling a tournament. And just looking all across, I mean, you have so much talent. I know Brooklyn Rob just moved out here recently, and every time I've stepped in a bowling center now in Arizona for any kind of tournaments, there's a handful of people that you can just put their name in a hat, and you could probably put them on the top 5 list.
It's impressive every time I see a contingent of players from Arizona. Phoenix typically is always well represented if it's at a particular event. Let's take it back to Bob Wiley real quick here. He's got the front 6.
Good shot.
Bang. Bob. The front 7. So what's been up? How you been?
Hanging in there. I recently just posted. I said big news coming on social media, but the big news I guess I can just put on here.
Wait. Did you already post it on Facebook?
I have not actually.
Is this breaking news?
So
okay.
I recently just got the call to selection that I will be going to represent Team USA for in Australia for the IBF World Championships.
Awesome.
So to add to that list as well, bowling tournament, Brianna Cody got selected for the women, and for the guys team, it's myself, Kyle Troop, AJ Johnson, and Chris Prather, and for the women, it's I believe it's Brianna Cody, Jordan Richard, Stephanie Nation, my Lucy partner Stephanie Johnson, and then Danielle McEwen.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Wait, run that men's team down again?
The men's team is myself, Kyle Troop, Chris Prather, and AJ Johnson.
It's a pretty good team there.
Yeah, so essentially we pretty much have the same team that we had last year in Dubai, and instead of Andrew Anderson, it is Kyle Troop going. But we have the guys that we bowled in our gold medal round with myself, AJ Johnson, and Chris Prather.
A lot of congrats already in the chat. By the way, Eric Hatchett would like you to know that you're his favorite.
Eric Hatchett, oh man. If there's one guy that when I started bowling tournaments, Eric and I bowled a lot with each other growing up, and he's one of my good friends. We're basically the same age, and we've chatted a handful of times over the past, and very thankful to know Eric.
Eric, quickly off topic, you dropped something at the end of A Squad in the chat, and you mentioned you were at dinner and watching tennis and talking about scoring, and I copied it, put it in an email draft just so I wouldn't forget it, because I was like, well, I wanted to know exactly what you meant. We don't have to get into that now, but I wanted to ask you about that at some point. So this will be, well, I don't know the number, but I mean, you've now represented Team USA at big time competition. I mean, I feel like every competition when you're at Team USA is major, but the World Championships is about as high as you can get in an international competition, maybe outside of the Pan Am Games, which has that true Olympic feel in that sense. But you know what a World Championship feels like. You know what it takes to win gold. How do you guys get it done out there? Chris Clark could not buy a break on that 10-pin. But what does it take to really bring home gold and try to perform at your best when you get a chance to represent the country like that?
For me, it's just a matter of keeping myself mentally in check. I mean, my very first year actually on Team USA was the year that I won the Team USA trials. So not only am I the rookie, but I'm going out there front 8 for Bob. But it was also when I bowled the World Cup. So not only am I the rookie, but I'm going out there at the time going to Mexico, right, and I'm representing the country. So a lot of pressure was definitely up there, and I ended up winning the World Cup that year, and then I got selected. I actually got selected for the team event in Las Vegas, and being able to represent the country there, it was, still a lot of pressure because I'm still a rookie out there, and we ended up coming away with the team gold.
All right, we've got our full standings for Game 4, so you can go back to the link that's in the chat, check the standings. I agree from the top hand bells, but if you'd like to help me do that, I'm open to taking some donations. I'd love more cameras. GG3 looking pretty darn good. That time stopped by a 10-pin. Bob Wiley, if you're just joining us, has the front 8 on 5 and 6. I'm watching 9 through 12 at the moment. We will see him momentarily. Again, game 4 officially now is complete, so all of the scores are updated. And I was talking about Dallas Leon potentially still being in the mix. He is after the 2-on-1 game, and he is in 6th place. Simonson still your leader at plus 68. Bob Wiley at plus 61 is second, but trying to change that right now. George Gohagen III is third at plus 56. Michael Alvin Jr. is fourth. Tied for fourth, excuse me, with Brett Wolf. Wow. Good thing the last couple of shots for Chris Clark are not on camera, only because I don't think he wants to relive those.
It's crazy because the pin carry here at Lakeview Lanes has always generally been pretty good, but there's those couple of hits where you feel like you threw it the best and you just get a nasty break like Chris just did.
All right, here's Bob. Bang, aced it. Front 9 for Bob Wiley. His day so far, 266, 184, 229, 182, and now he has the front 9 here in game 5.
Just goes to show you too how tricky they are pair to pair as well, because Bob is 61 over with a 260 and he's currently still in second, and Anthony is leading with 1 game above 200. So definitely tricky pair to pair, and it's going to take not just strikes, but trying to avoid the splits and making your spares.
In the booth with Jacob Buttriff, who just announced he is headed to Australia to represent Team USA in the International Bowling Federation World Cup, which it's got a different name, or it's the same name, but now it's a different event, if that makes sense. So we're watching Bob Wiley here. He's going to take an opportunity, chance to achieve the highest potential game of the tournament so far. Jacob, you just talked about the pattern a little bit, but when you hit the lanes and based on what you've seen today, and I don't want you to give away your game plan, but what are you looking forward to when you get out? Wow. How about that way to pick up that spare?
Very impressive.
A little backup? I don't think I've ever seen that.
I think what I've seen, and especially I bowled the sweepers as well yesterday, but for me, like everybody knows, I love throwing urethane, but it was not my best look yesterday. So, but I'm definitely changing a couple of things compared to yesterday. Going to use a little bit more surface to try to get my ball to have a little bit more consistent reaction, and try to throw the higher end big performance bowling balls to start.
There's been a lot of urethane talk today, and the lack thereof, which seems to be the theme. Obviously, you know how to throw a urethane ball every now and then. Is it something that it's like, hey, I'll have you answer that in a minute? Bob Wiley, front 10.
Oh, camera of death. Great run.
So, A, I jinxed him. B, I meant to say front 9, so I double jinxed him because I said front 10 before he got there. Great run nonetheless for Bob. Okay, so from the urethane perspective, I know you know what to do with that type of equipment. If you see a look, I know that you won't be, kind of timid to say, hey, maybe it's not telling me I should, but if you're someone who I feel like can utilize certain things when maybe they shouldn't be utilized, if that makes sense, will you keep it as an option kind of in the back of your mind?
Oh, always. I mean, it's one of those things where I just feel like it's where I'm most confident, and even if it's not the best, I always want to keep it no matter what tournament I bowl. But I've been trying to work where I have multiple options, and when I can't, throw urethane. So that's something I've definitely been working on for the last couple months, and a couple of tournaments it's paid off. So hopefully I can get that same result this weekend.
I saw you throwing a few shots yesterday on the sweeper, or in the sweepers. What did you learn from there?
I learned that it's definitely tricky for me because there's so much righty transition going on that I had to get deep enough to where I was actually running into the righty transition. So
yeah, you were in.
Yeah. So I'm having to combat that with throwing even lower end stuff that's not going to see the friction as much when it gets to the righty transition. Great game by Bob.
278 for Bob Wiley. That is nicely done there. Competition complete on 7, 8, 9, and 10. And let's see, we've got a couple more shots here for, I think Troy is finishing up, right? 50, yeah, he can get to
216 this game if he doubles here.
All right, so here's Chris Clerk. And then on to Troy.
Oh, great shot.
Was Mark Learned finishing up on 5. We see the spare attempt from Troy. He takes care of business there. 205 for Troy. All right, last couple shots here on 5 and 6. So I asked this question earlier to the chat. Whenever there's a 3-squad event where you have a choice, which squad typically do you prefer? So in our case today, 7, 12:30, 6 p.m.
Me personally, I've always liked bowling in the morning. It's just always been like I wake up first thing in the morning, but this weekend I was kind of on the fence about bowling too. So at the last minute, I was just like, you know what, I'll give it a run. The last night squad, or the last squad of the day.
All right, good shot. We'll take it on the brook. 190 for Mark Learn, but the backup 1, 2, 4, 10 pickup is what I'm looking at.
We'll put that on the highlight reel.
That I don't think I've seen it made in that way, I should say. So Patrick Sandoval is going to join us. Brett Wolf is going to join us here. Bob Wiley is going to move 1 pair to the right, so he's going to be on 7 and 8 for game 6. I've got a question. This is going to be tough. So you went to Arizona State. I gotta get you got to have a good Jordan Asperg story. but I know the caveat is there's many that you probably can't say on the air because it's Jordan.
What he needs to do here is not throw it 7 miles an hour for 6. If he does that, he's got an outside shot. I hit the 1-2.
Little Brett Wolf commentary right now, just now. Yeah. Always a good time with Brett Wolf. I would say the best Jordan Asperg story is that if you ever need to just have someone to poke at you whenever you just miss a spare, but it's just one of those moments where it's like you can't get too upset at him because he'll be the first person to help you. That's the Jordan Asperg there for you. I think the funniest thing about it is that so if you miss a spare, his favorite saying now is that I would have gone for that. And it's just it's something that just even when I miss it, I get 5 seconds out of it. But then I realized, did he really just say that? And I just start laughing. And at the moment, you're really not laughing, but then you kind of realize you just missed that spare. I mean,
like a ball change there for
Yeah,
Bob.
definitely. I just saw that too. His ball change off of just shooting 278.
How about that? Now that's something, you know, we see a lot from tour players. And so what do you think, you know, educated guess, but Bob thought, or maybe he, in between the run, he maybe paid attention to what was happening on 7 and 8.
He was definitely, I think it's just another thing with being pair. I know Bob actually bowls league here as well on top of that. So I think it's just characteristically like what he saw. I mean, a lot of tour guys do that. Not only are they focused on their game, but at the same time, they're trying to focus on the next pair that they go to. So very smart strategy for Bob. You know, if he pops off another big game here, it's obviously a very brilliant strategy. And I know Bob's been bowling a lot in the area in New York, so he's definitely got the knowledge to go out there and compete.
I'm surprised we don't, and maybe we do, but to hear more, you know, more players or more stories about individuals who may have moved here, you know, from wherever part of the country, obviously a very great area, part of the country to live in. It seems like it would be a, you know, kind of a high transplant area. Like the Bay Area, when I was there, is a very high transplant area because a lot of people work there, they moved, Silicon Valley, all that kind of stuff.
And I feel like we're seeing a lot more people here on the West Coast in general. Like I know Anthony Simonson, Darren Tang, and Marshall Kent, they all live in Las Vegas now. And in Arizona, I feel like I'm just seeing the bowling alleys, even in the league, just grow larger and larger every single time. Like we were Tuesday night league is full house, 4-man teams, 5-man, or 40 lanes, 5-man teams. So 200 bowlers bowling at once. It's pretty intense.
Bob starts with a double after a ball change, making the move over to 7 and 8. Well, folks, if you're a college football fan, especially those who enjoy Notre Dame, they are now 0-3. Got upset today by Marshall.
I was actually at lunch today. I was watching the Alabama-Texas game, and that was a nail-biter for Alabama. And it came down to literally the last couple of seconds. They had a call overturn on, or Alabama had a call overturn on 4th down, and Texas starts to drive down and ends up kicking a field goal and make it 19-17. But, you know, a minute 30 with the name Nick Saban, it's not exactly going to last too long. So, and Alabama ends up winning 20-19. But, you know, if anybody took the spread on that game, I'm really hoping it wasn't part of a parlay bet.
Looks like everyone is complete, almost complete, I should say. A couple shots left on 1 and 2. It's actually Anthony Simonson. Simon, with one more, he'll be in the 240s.
Shoots 240 on something very challenging. He actually drops the spot, with Bob having 278.
Well, he got that one on lane 2.
I gave you a good shout out.
Oof. And disastrous 9-pin.
246 will definitely get him to be a little bit more in a little bit more comfortable spot, though.
Yeah, with 3 to go. As you mentioned, obviously we saw Bob shoot 278. George looked pretty comfortable. I don't think he got into the 240s, but I think he's going to still be in a good position.
I unfortunately watched his 10th frame, and it was a big split. So, but he did shoot 200. So,
okay.
Brett, I know, shot like a 199, I believe. So he's still going to be up there. I know Haugen's down on the other end. So,
just joining us, this is game 6 of 8 B squad qualifying here. CBE 10K Cactus Classic. My name is Emil Williams Jr., Bowl Stream TV. I'm in the booth with Jacob Buttriff. Buttriff coming off a very nice, of course, he would have liked to have finished the deal, but a good run at the New Mexico Open just a few weeks back. Past champion there at that event.
Just ran into a red-hot Cortez shank right now, and when I say red-hot, Cortez is one of those bowlers, when he gets lined up, you know, that's all he does is strike. And
it's very good at it, too.
Very unfortunate ending for JD Nance, because I know JD bowled really well, and unfortunately had to open the 10th frame for Cortez to double, and he ended up getting the double. So, but a great run from everybody that made the show. Myself, Morgan Moore bowled phenomenal, JD, and then Cortez ended up winning.
I learned a lot last year about that event, but really about JBTs from talking to Jeff. I just met him for the first time last year. And so he's been schooling me and getting me up to speed on the JBT history. And there was a lot of history between you and JD and obviously Cortez. So it was very fun for him to watch.
I believe if I looked at it right, there was 9 JBT bowlers left in the top 16. So, or at least someone that's won a JBT title. So, you know, it meant a lot to Jeff, and you know, Jeff has done a lot for JBT. It's pretty much the first time I started bowling on patterns. Actually, was when I bowled JBTs as well. So, you know, he goes in and out every single weekend for the kids, and you know, it's. You know, we're very thankful for him to host all these tournaments every weekend.
There's Jeremiah Martin.
I know Jeremiah actually in New Mexico bowled a handful of JBTs as well, so.
Big double there. Ryan John with the spare 4-bagger. All right, we'll take one more look here at Troy. We'll see, and then we'll take you back maybe to Bob. Yeah, Troy's going to go first. We'll see if Bob can keep this run going. Bob Wiley taking no prisoners right now. All right, good break. 10-pin falls. So makeable spare. And now Bob Wiley, 4th frame. Oh, nice.
And he's getting the breaks on top of it, so.
So if you're just joining us, Bob Wiley had the front 9, finished with 278, left a 10-pin on the first shot of the 10. He switches, that was on 5 and 6. He moves right. Now he's on 7 and 8, of course. He switched balls, and it started with the front 4. Jacob Buttriff may not have even switched balls.
If anything, I would go from a purple hammer to a purple hammer. But, I mean, like we were talking about, just having the knowledge being on top of that. Having the knowledge on top of that is a big thing in bowling, and you know, he's got a lot of experience, and helps knowing pair-to-pairs in this house as well.
Jordan is watching, by the way. He said that you've got to have better stories. I prefaced it, Jordan, by saying that I'm sure there's plenty that cannot be repeated on the air. That probably takes out like 95% of it.
If anything, Jordan has a handful of really good stories from back when he knew all the PBA bowlers back in when he was competing in. You know, him and I have watched a handful of old shows, and it's kind of fed me the knowledge of over the time, and it's kind of helped me motivated to where I'm at. So.
Any particular players that you would watch?
Just a lot of lefties. I mean, Parker Moan III and Jason Couch, they were my 2 idols growing up. Just got to watch a lot of shows with them on, and they made a lot of shows together. So that's always been a huge thing for me. So.
Nice shot there by Brett Wolf. We'll see Mr. Wiley yet again here. 5th frame.
get it? Yeah, front 5.
Well, Bob's got it working. Every now and then, this job, you don't get to sit back and relax very much, but every now and then, some bowlers will give you a treat, and you just kind of sit back. Sometimes there's really not much to say. You just watch them.
Absolutely, and one thing about me is I've always loved watching bowling in general. Like even when I'm not competing, being able to watch it on top of that, something I've always enjoyed.
Oh, well, that would have been a terrible break. That one almost rolled up and just set up shop in front of the 7-pin. Or Thomas Stead started on 18 today. He's bowling with Shane Smith. Shane proudly sporting the Arizona State jersey.
One of our senior actually at Arizona State bowling for Jordan as well. He's loving the competition. I wish he probably is thinking that he wants to be bowling better right now, but he's learning and he's loving to go out there and compete.
How important are the baby steps? Like I was talking about it earlier. I was referencing Wesley Buckles, who actually bowled a little bit at Arizona State. And he was away from the game for a little bit, picked up the bowling balls again, then COVID hit, but he's back at it, taking some lessons, been working with Mark Baker. And he just said, hey, I'm gonna give it a shot. And just getting over that hump though is hard.
Absolutely, and especially taking time off, like taking the baby steps. And one thing about bowling too is you're always learning on top of that. So, when you see all the knowledge, and bowling technology is changing so fast over time that you're trying to be ahead of the movement, and next thing you know, bam, another move's coming into play. So, just so much to learn from bowling, and you learn about all the technology, but you also get to learn more about yourself when you're bowling too. So, the knowledge definitely helps, and a matter of being patient on top of that is a big thing.
We've got dueling front 5s on 7 and 8 as Josh Tajiri now with the front 5. Oh, that's a tough one. Sean Trzykowski. Okay.
Bowl league with him actually, so
he throws a really good too. Come on, Bob. Front 5 2-pin now for Bob Wiley. Again, coming off a 278 game. Next squad tonight begins at 6 p.m. local time. And then immediately following tonight's C squad, the 2-game Desperado squad will take place. Ryan Reed in the building.
Your college teammate.
It's a championship teammate right there. My guy. He says what's up to you.
First time I met Ryan was actually at World Cup the year I won. He bowled for Canada and ended up becoming good friends and just chatting here and there. Bowling tournaments before him, sat down at the pie gout tables. That was our trait, but very good bowler as well. So I know you guys won the college championships together with a couple of guys I know pretty well, between Shea Benton-Bender and Brian Valenta.
Yep.
And then, we don't give any jab to PJ Haggerty and the Fresno team, but PJ's helped me out a lot personally as well. So
hey, man, PJ is still my
he's
guy.
he's always a good person. Shout out to him and the whole Fresno team. Chat with those guys. Chris Preble, great coach. Obviously Randy Lightfoot, good coach for you guys.
I got a chance to see Chris recently. I don't remember where, but it's always nice to catch up with him. I normally would see him at the Glenn Carlson invite that they host.
I know he always brings out the Fresno team. Know him and Jordan have always gotten along. So
PJ's a good dude and still getting it done out here too.
still competes. I believe he's still competing every West Coast regional.
Yeah. And winning often.
He still has a lot of talent in his game and still entertaining to watch as well.
You know, it's funny, right? What you just described, and by the way, Josh Tajiri left a nasty ringing 10-pin to stop his string. Bob is back on it. The Fresno squad and just the kind of the relationship thing that you build throughout bowling and college bowling, etc. That I'm in a football pool that Chad Urihara runs.
Okay, all right. I've chatted with Chad a couple of times. Really good dude. I mean, short swing, but very consistent. You know, he's not exactly going to be a guy that's going to miss a spare in a tournament. So he's very consistent with his swing, and you know, I've chatted with Chad a couple of times, and just a great physical talent.
All right, we'll see. Yes, we can do that. 9 through 12 coming up. Jeremiah Martin, another one. He's working his way towards a potential 204. Let's take a look at, there it is. Rob.
Brooklyn Rob.
Good shot. That was the 6th frame. I was talking to him and D-Ron Booker prior to this squad. And he's been practicing down at B3.
Rob's actually on the, so the way our league setup is that every odd lane moves adjacent every single week in league, and Rob's actually on the pair to the left of me every single week of the league. And him and I had the same issue on the same pair. The week before, I had 7 splits in the first 8 frames, converting 2 of them. Ended up finding a way to shoot 180. Rob last week on that same pair, game 1, I believe he had 7 splits in the first 9 frames. So.
What center is this?
This is a
Should I not bowl there?
Bolero Mesa, which is actually where we're hosting our regional next weekend.
Okay.
So lots of help from them as well. So lanes hopefully will be challenging. I mean, definitely just from the sounds of that, just from bowling on your league house shot, they'll definitely be a little bit challenging.
Well, Brett Wolf's got 5 in a row as well. So we will see Josh Tajiri. He went 9 spare, did Josh. We saw Bob Wiley striking the 7th. Getting some info in the chat. Troy says back here on the East Coast, Bob Wiley is called Thunder God. I like that name. Sounds like should be in Thor, Love and Thunder.
Well, he's got a godly reaction right now.
Yes,
so.
he does. A good shot by Sean. I'll say it again. Sean throws it very well. And as does Bob Wiley. Stepping up. Let's take a look at Bob again. Here he is.
Still has very good ball reaction. I don't know what led the squad this morning, but judging from what I saw for a little bit.
132, I believe it was. Plus
yeah.
132.
Yeah, and even going into this game, I believe Bob was also ahead of that. So you know, he's putting himself in a really good cushion to get the extra round buys for.
Yes, I'll go through that seating process again. Theo laid it out beautifully. Tajiri. Yo, 3, 6, 9, 10.
The only problem when the pattern like this is so flat, it's like, you know, we don't strike and you try to give your next shot a little more juice. It's just going to read the lane so much faster, and the second you try to miss it, it just never sees it at all.
Double time there for Brooklyn Rob. one half of the Sweep the Rack podcast with Mike. Rob is moving left. So he will actually end on 7 and 8. We'll be on 9 and 10, obviously, coming up next. Speaking of 9 and 10, Jeremiah Martin is going to be in the 2-0s with good count. After throwing the back four and getting a very nice break on 1 in the 10.
I think that tops the 1-2-4-10 conversion. Seeing all the pins come forward and
just off camera, sounded like a 2-4-5. It's weird. But that's bowling. You can sometimes tell by the sounds. Rob left the 2-4-5 there. Martin 2-0-3. So 2-0-1 on that pair.
looks like he's giving me the high game on the pair as well.
I think, Ryan John shot 2-0-1. Kevin Wilson with a fill shot. That's Kevin. Troy Blickenstaff. His 10th frame to go here as well.
A little error for Bob. But get a big 10th frame, still going to get up to 230, 240. So
nice shot there. All right, good look at Rob here. Jacob Butcher about to go prepare, get himself ready to bowl squad number, or C squad, I should say, tonight. Any final thoughts and some things to look out for when we get to the C squad? And obviously this rolling on tour, every squad there tends to be some subtle differences. Sometimes they're much larger, but anything we should expect to see that might be a little different than the first couple squads?
for me personally, just gonna try to, looking at pair to pair, especially for the lefties, they've been tricky. So I think the biggest thing is just trying to see like what every pair has been doing. I've watched a handful of pairs down on the high end for lefties down here. I've been watching Brett Wolf, this squad, noticing how much earlier they're hooking for the lefties down on the low end versus the high end. So I'm going to try to see what bowling balls I need to bring in to match up for how the conditions are playing.
All right, my man. I'll let you do your thing. Get ready. I appreciate your time, and good luck tonight.
Thank you so much, Emil. Thank you.
All right, that is Jacob Buttriff. He's going to go prepare himself. He'll be bowling in just over 2 hours, about 2 hours and 15 minutes. All right, Wesley coming back. Let's take a quick look, 7 and 8 here. Well, Sean continues to put him down. This is one of those games where the score won't quite match up to how well you bowled. Jiri, after the front five, has remained clean. This has turned out to be a pretty good pair here on 7 and 8 for this game. Meanwhile, Brett Wolf has continued to strike. Bob Wiley in the summer. I see RJ. I called him front six 90% of the time. He had the front six every game. That's a pretty easy nickname right there. Sean able to get, and again, Rev Ray certainly helps right there because balls were just coming back from that spot down lane earlier today. Brooklyn Rob can get to 228. That looks like that would be high on that pair. That's 11 and 12. All right, after the first one, 4-pin there. So Wiley's going to be in the 230s.
I'll hop on for a game.
Brett Wolf looking for 7 in a row now. And there it is.
Jacob must have a bigger head than me because this was rather loose.
216 for Sean. Theo Duthay back in the Bullstream TV booth. What's going on in the world of the tournament director?
You know, Aaron basically kicked me out of my seat and said, "I got scores. Go do some other stuff." So I've just been kind of floating around, listening to gripes, moans, feedback, excitement, everything.
That's always good. Either way, it's just one of those things where you know it's part of the process.
Yeah. You know, most of the gripes are mainly that they're bowling bad, so nothing I can do about that.
Nothing yet that may require the tournament director's attention.
I think it's been going pretty smooth all day. No major issues, so.
Good shot there by Josh. The more he could be in the 240s.
I haven't looked much at the standings. Where's Josh sitting at?
Let's see, after 5, as you just brought that, he is 21st. No, 22nd, minus 50.
This will be helpful for him. What's our number at? Plus 18, wow.
Plus 18 at the moment. Let's see who's going to go first here. Let's get Brooklyn Rob. All right, so he makes the spare. He can get to 208. Now to Josh. Mark with a fill shot waiting on lane 8. Hook. Oh. Some love on the 10. He's going to be in the 240s here with good count. Rob taking a look at some on the fill. Mr. Sandoval. Well, he had been really good keeping a lot of games clean as we saw him earlier in the block, speaking of George. And now seeing some struggles here late.
I seen Bob Wiley had front 9, and I was getting ready to pull my camera out to jinx it.
Already did.
But I seen you do it, so figure one of us would take care of it.
So Wiley 234 to Tajiri 243. So the last 2 games for Bob Wiley 278, 234.
Wow.
He is your leader at plus 139. Brett Wolf, 9th frame.
Bob Wiley giving it one time for the old guys.
And seeing some good comments from those watching in the chat. That who know Bob from his East Coast days. Heard some good nicknames like Thunder God.
I haven't heard that.
RJ calls him front 6 summer because he had the front 6 90% of the time.
When Bob moved out here, I think last year, he signed up with Deontay Fields to bowl my over-under doubles. And I didn't really know who he was. And the next thing I know, they're in the finals making a run. I'm like, wow, this guy is good. And he is always there in all my senior events, even my open events when he bowls. He's in the hunt.
He is on 9 and 10 now. They are into game 7 on that pair. They'll be in game 7 here on 7 and 8 momentarily. Looks like Michael Haugen got to 236, I believe.
Confirmed. Who else is he bowling with? They shot 231.
Brian Bledsoe.
Oh, okay.
They started on lane 1. Theo, Brianna Cote says that you are famous, excuse me, for the old 8-1 jinx. Please, please expand.
Way back
Expound
to
on
our
that, excuse me.
junior bowling days. I was pretty infamous. Anytime that myself and Bree would bowl matches, if she got 8, I would throw a dart at her, and she would get 1 every time, because I needed all the help I could against her.
I could see that.
So anytime she got 8, I thought I had a good chance to catch up. But she didn't get 8 very often. So.
And she still doesn't.
No. She got out here this morning and kicked these boys' butts. I think she was second on her squad.
Like a quality shot there from Shane, finishing things up. Nice finish there for George. Just a reminder, again, scores are updated. Let's get you that link for B Squad. Again, standings, just at the link I posted. Sorry about that, Steve. A run over there for Brett Wolf, but for someone like me who, doesn't get a chance to see Brett Wolf very often. So this is like a treat for me.
We don't get to see him very often either. So. Comes out for a few events, but he's more of a family man now, so.
Life changes.
Yes. I think I was somewhat successful with the pattern, seeing Brett not throwing the blue hammer.
Yeah, that was it's always the first thing you notice. Doesn't matter the year. Doesn't matter how long you've seen him or haven't seen him.
I think he's throwing a 300T, which was basically his modern day blue hammer. When he realized that he needed something reactive, he would just throw a 300T, which is still very low end. The man can bowl, though, that's for sure.
All right, officially now into game 7. Change it at the bottom of your screen. Brett Wolf 258. And that might be the high score for game 6. We'll see. But speaking of standings, I mentioned and dropped them in the chat. Let's go over those for you here. Again, Bob Wiley through 5 games. The leader at plus 139. Anthony Simonson second at plus 114. Dallas Leon was third at plus 79. George Gohagan the third. Of the players in the top 3 or 4, he's the only one who has yet to shoot a game under 200.
Wow.
Gohagan at plus 57. Michael Haugen, 5th at plus 55. Brett Wolf, 6th at plus 53. Again, this is through 5 games. Rich Miller, 7th at plus 48. Bobby Campanelli, 8th at plus 42. And a bit of a drop off from 8th to 9th. Kyle Duster, 9th at plus 18. And then a lot of players still in the mix, of course, certainly with games left. David Haynes and Troy Blickenstaff tied at plus 15 for 10th. Ari Wilson at plus 5. Chris Sanders plus 2. Chris unfortunately shot 166 in game 5. He had I mentioned his name earlier in the mix in the top 9, and a lot of folks watching went to comment and give him some congrats. Mark Mazzulla 14th at minus 3. Thomas Stead 15th at minus 9. Chris Clerk, Keith Dahmer tied for 16th at minus 17. Dwight Burns 18th at minus 18. Ed Smaglick 19th at minus 20. And Tim Eichhorn 20th at minus 26.
And I did just see Tim Eichhorn finished with a 162. He got the famous 8-1 in the 9th and 10th. I had nothing to do with it.
Ari can strike out for 191, and that would be very important. I would just only have him dip a little bit. At minus 4. Brooklyn Rob, he shot 148 in game 5. He got to, I think he got to 2-0 in game 6. But in a good position overall with 2 games left. Josh Tajiri, who was at minus 50, of course, shoots 243, and now he's minus 7.
He's right in the hunt now with that game.
Rose City Robbins, hello. Appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate all of you for tuning in. Feel free, actually not feel free, just do me a favor and hit the thumbs up if you didn't. Every time you watch an event, go ahead and hit the thumbs up. If you haven't, please subscribe to Bullstream TV. We've got C Squad tonight. We've got C and Desperado Squad tonight. And then we'll have the match play and finals tomorrow. And you want to make sure you get notified when Bullstream TV is live. You don't want to miss any minutes, certainly, this weekend. If you happen to do that, it's okay, because it will be all archived on the channel as well, so you can go back and watch. The top 9, as Brianna Cote just mentioned, advance from the A squad, the B squad, and the C squad. Will be 5 players to advance from tonight's Desperado squad. That is only 2 games, by the way. Desperado is only 2 games, so 5 players will advance, and that will make the top 32 bracket complete. From the seeding perspective, Theo,
Yes.
as you read those cut numbers earlier, so if you lead a squad, I assume you would get a 2-round bye.
Yeah, so the top 2 from each squad are guaranteed a 2-round bye. They are the 1 through 6 seeds. The highest 2 third place finishers will be your 7 and 8 seeds. Your 9th seed will be the other third place finisher. Then 4th on each squad will be your 10, 11, and 12. 5th on each squad will be your 13, 14, 15. And then your highest 6th place finisher will be 16 seed. So the top 8 are getting 2 byes, and then 9 through 16 get 1 bye. So it's kind of important, guarantees you a little bit more money in your pocket. For bowling well, that's my way of rewarding bowlers for bowling well on their squad.
How'd you come up with the seeding?
I just felt like that was the most fair way to do it. You know, there's really, when you're taking 9 off of each squad, you have 3 squads, it's kind of an odd number. So
Right.
It was just the most fair way. If we can grow to where we have a Friday squad, it's going to make my life a whole lot easier, because then I can just say top 2 get 2 byes and 3rd and 4th get 1 bye. hopefully in 2 or 3 years, like we talked about earlier, we can be there.
I think you can get there, man.
And then we'll be seeing you on Friday.
That's fine. I'll be here Thursday. Hey, I'm all for Friday through Sunday. Just as a bowler. Like for me, still, as much as I do this job, I'm still a bowler and a fan.
Right.
And so I want to see tournaments succeed, not only obviously from a business perspective, because that helps everyone,
Right.
but just the tournament as a whole. I mean, you know, watching this bowling center be full with sweeper participants, and then there were leagues all day at this bowling center was like, it was different. It was like refreshing.
It's wild. These senior community centers have leagues all day, every day.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm amazed.
It's wild. Over at RH Johnson in Sun City West, Monday through Friday, they'll have leagues starting at 9 a.m. and there's not a break.
What time do they close?
I think at 8 or 9.
Those are really good hours when you think about it, too.
Right.
Yeah, because that's not obviously very late or too late. And thinking about from the senior perspective, obviously, that's not too late.
Right.
Man, I tell you, you got something good here, man. Oh.
The infamous
Everyone's idol.
King Dylan Taylor.
The idol. I gotta be honest, it was funny listening to you, well, really just watching you type, but the when you were discussing bringing him to, because you were responsible for transporting him to New Mexico. He did make it. We opened up with 9 through 12 here, folks, and Troy had the front three on 7 and 8. Brooklyn Robb on the 7-pin there. We'll see Ari Wilson here in a moment. Ari just rolled a 2. Tim Eichhorn.
Yes.
Josh Tajiri and Sean. I had a double check, but I feel like it's Trzykowski.
Trzykowski, yes.
Michael Haugen Jr. I thought was moving left.
He should be moving left.
So I think he's on 11 and 12.
Yeah, he's standing in the back here, so he's over there.
I missed Troy's comment. He said wifey's theme song has been Thunderstruck for about a decade. That used to be part of the White Sox kind of opening montage to run out onto the field. Pardon me, I'm a White Sox fan, so it's don't mind me, just a poor baseball fan.
See, I grew up with the Padres and Trevor Hoffman's Hell's Bells.
Yeah, that's a classic situation right there.
The hair on the back of your neck would stand up when you started to hear that because you knew it was game over.
So we'll get you to 9 through 12 in a bit. Have you gotten into, well, how long have you lived in Arizona at this point?
2007.
Oh, okay, so
15 years.
All right, so have the Cardinals gotten to you? Have you?
No.
Were you a Chargers fan prior
So,
to?
when I was a kid, I was a Chiefs fan when Priest Holmes, Tony Gonzalez was there. And then they moved on, and I really liked Tony Gates. Or sorry,
Oh, yeah.
Anthony Gates.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gates, I liked Phillip Rivers, so I was like, all right, I'll be a Charger fan. This is hometown. As soon as they moved to LA, that was a sin. I dropped them. And I went back to my childhood team of the Chiefs. And my friends called me a bandwagon because it happened to be Mahomes' first year.
Okay.
And I said, that's zero chance. I didn't know how good he was.
So if this tournament was not happening this week,
I would be there tomorrow.
okay.
I don't know what guy scheduled the tournament this weekend.
I didn't realize actually, you know, this was week 1 until like earlier this week. And there was, you know, Thursday night football, and I'm like, oh snap, okay. And I mentioned, I was telling Jacob about this. We were talking about Fresno State, but Chad Urihara, who went to Fresno State, runs a football pool that I'm in. And I had missed his email. I'm like, oh shoot, football starting this week. And then I looked at the schedule. I'm looking at the games, and I'm like, oh, the Chiefs play the Cardinals. Like, that would be the game to go. It's a great game to go to.
Somebody was telling me earlier that tickets for that game are the most expensive for any opening game.
I could see that.
Which blows my mind considering you had the Bills and the Rams.
Well, I tell you what, as soon as I landed Friday morning, there was a ton of Chiefs fans at baggage claim.
That's what I like to hear.
Ton. A good start for Ari. Good start here for John. We'll take a little break. Well, 9 through 12 here, 1 sec. Jason Smith, Tampa originally. I can also say I'm just a sad Bears fan.
Oh boy, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean I just know how to pick them in Chicago.
San Diego hasn't been much better.
But I'll be watching with kind of a new look, if you will. I'm just looking to watch the progression for Justin Fields. That's my only concern about this season.
Yeah.
I'm Moselle. Appreciate you tuning in. Good afternoon. Is it still afternoon? It is. Okay. It doesn't feel like it, I can tell you that. Well, woke up late, had to catch up on A Squad. Well, I hope you watched it, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much. There is some impressive grinding going on, and spare shooting is at a premium, as you would anticipate on really on any difficult condition. But, you know, I think one that's going to pay $10,000 for first. Yeah. You know, it's probably going to come down to someone making some spares late.
Oh, absolutely. I think tomorrow we're going to have some really exciting matches.
I listen. Just from the 2 and basically like 2 3/4 squads that I've seen, and even without seeing the bowling, just looking at the squad rosters leading up to this, you know that Sunday is going to be great,
right? No
matter who's in it.
Absolutely. I think there's going to be some great matches. Just like New Mexico, there were some wonderful matches there.
Yeah, I thought just the tournament as a whole, and this is on my second year there, obviously, but, you know, from start to finish, it seemed like there was just something every round to kind of hone in on, every squad. And then obviously Sunday was just great. It was, you know, I equate a lot of things to basketball, but it was like an up and down basketball game. It was like fast paced, right? I mean, layups galore. It was like everybody's up and down, and that's part of the format too. It lends itself to that because it is very quick,
right?
From that standpoint. But it was great nonetheless, and but I do have a spot for a 3-game total pinfall. Because the way the seesaw can go in a total pinfall 3-game match, you know, it happens every year at the Queens, every year at the Masters. You know, opponents get off to a really good start.
Right.
They lose ball reaction. The other player who started slow, trying to find ball reaction, finds it.
Right.
And then makes it a match.
The transition. You know, that's the thing with a 3-game match. There's transition. And if you're hot to start and you miss it.
Yeah, it's like league.
Yeah, right. Jeez.
All right, let's take a look at 9 through 12. We'll get you back to 5 through 8 here in a bit. Game 7. As I was just moved or switched cameras there, Sean, first person I've seen loft a little bit so far in this squad. And saw it a little bit late. How many, if you know at the moment, how many confirmed entries do you have for Desperado?
There's 5 from the morning squad.
Okay.
And they're trying to work everybody over and tell them that $150 is too much so that they're all in. They're saying,
that's a good strategy.
150 is too much. You don't want to do it. Just go home, take your loss.
I like that strategy. Yeah, that's definitely worth a shot.
You know, and I mean, $150 can be steep, but when you've already paid $275 and you're here, if you traveled from out of state, $150 is nothing to try and at least break even for your trip, or possibly, you know, make a run in the finals and make money. So I'm excited to see how the Desperado goes.
Will you post a final prize fund?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, we'll get one posted. I'll probably get it posted in the morning once we get matches going. After I get a Monster Energy drink in me in the morning, I'll.
Well, you start. We start an hour later, just from the bowling perspective. Competition begins at 8. Practice at 7:50.
Correct.
Today is the day, or tomorrow's the day where I can get 90 minutes is enough for me. If I've got to set up, I'm gonna be here 2 hours.
Right.
Ahead of 2-hour call time, crew time. It's not gonna take me the full 2 hours, but when you live stream and anything else, the moment you don't give yourself enough time is the moment that everything goes wrong, and things often do go wrong. Not as much. I mean,
right.
I'm being facetious, but things go wrong every now and then with technology.
Oh, I know all too well. I used to have printer issues, and
if I had a penny for every person that
for whatever reason, my printer would work at one of the centers off of their Wi-Fi. I would go to a new center, hook up to the Wi-Fi, and it wouldn't talk to each other. And the guys would just be there watching me fry out because of my printer. They're like, "You all right?" And I'm like, "No, this printer's gonna get thrown down one of these lanes here pretty soon."
Shot there by Brooklyn Rob. So he's got a 3-bagger. We can get to 233. Let's do the old refresh on the Game 6 scores, and I think they're updated.
Yep. Bob Wiley still leading. Rob is minus 31. I don't think 33 is going to get him there. +2. You need a lot of help.
All right, so Game 6, thanks, Bree. Appreciate you. Game 6 standings. There's your link again. And there is Bob again. Striking. +173. Anthony Simonson +142. Brett Wolf +111. Imagine like a Anthony Simonson versus Brett Wolf match.
Exciting.
Right? I mean,
a couple of years
just rolls off the tongue.
A few years back when Jacob won the New Mexico Open, there was a matchup of Jacob versus Brett. And it almost felt like a turning of the tides.
Yeah.
Brett's famous for
Right.
being good with urethane. Jacob also.
Yeah.
So it was almost like, this is the moment.
Wow.
So that was a fun match to watch.
Ten pin won't fall there for Bob. So he'll be in the 2-0s, 206 with a spare.
He had to grind this game.
Yeah, he, I mean, he went front 9, then front 5, no, front 6 maybe. Continuing on with a look at the scores. Again, Michael Haugen Jr. plus 91 in 4th, and he should be, every time I look down, he's not up, but he should be on 11 and 12.
Yeah, he's on 11. He's got 230 up there still if he punches in the 10th.
Well, Bobby Gimbinelli now into 5th on the squad, plus 77, 235 in game 6. Kyle Duster, huge game for Kyle, because he was in 9th with some distance between him and at the time Bobby. Duster shoots 257 to get to plus 75. Dallas Leong, who was your early leader after a couple games, is in 7th at plus 69. George Gohagen III, his first game under 200 is 193. And now in that weird spot where, from the score perspective, plus 50 is still pretty good, but he's in 8th. And now not the best time to, from a score perspective, be falling down the ladder in that sense. But he's 8th right now, and Chris Sanders still hanging out. Chris Sanders 233.
Wow.
In game 6, he's in plus 35. 10th right now is Troy Blickenstaff at plus 17. Ed Smaglick now 11th. Big 235 from Ed. Puts him back in contention. He's 11th at plus 15. Rich Miller 12th at plus 4. And David Haynes there, the first player on the other side of plus. He's 13th at minus 4. With Joshua Tajiri, as we mentioned, at minus 7. Ari Wilson, who was on 5 and 6, will finish things out with these pairs here. He's minus 15.
I thought this was game 8. That's why I thought Rob's 230 wasn't going to be enough, but
no, not yet. Game 7.
Getting ahead of myself. Although Rob's got a little PBA washout here in the 10th, that's going to hurt him.
Well, he shoots 195, and he had worked his way to 18th at minus 31. So he's going to be minus 36 with 1 game to go. So, thinking that situation, you're just thinking 250.
He needs a lot.
I don't normally see Ari kind of amped up a little bit. And I've known him for a pretty good time, a good amount of time at this point. Since his kind of late youth days. And I don't often see him, he's just kind of like, he just goes out there and does it. But he's fist pumping, a little extra energy out here. Speaking of Michael Haugen, there he is. Working his way back, got the first one in the 10th. He can get to the 232. Speaking of Mr. Haugen, a good combo with him in between blocks. Talking about PBA 50. Coming off a game of 236. Again, looking to go back-to-back 230 games. We've had some really good questions throughout the day in the chat. I don't know if you saw that. Moselle mentioned the printer scene in Office Space. Yeah, that's you. Yeah.
Yeah. I can imagine. I'm not a Office Space fan. I've never really watched it, but I can only imagine.
Well, just watch that scene. You'll be all right. 8 count for Haugen. Spare would get him to 220. Try to take care of the 4-7. All right, let's get you back now 5 through 8. So Blickenstaff out of the front 3 went split in the 4th. Strike, spare, split in the 7th.
Yeah, this wasn't a good time for a game like that because he's right there just outside the number. He was 10th.
Jeremiah Martin was looking up for a little bit as well, and this game has been difficult. I feel like we were talking about, Tim Eichhorn for a little bit. And after the 162, he went 173, 162s at minus 64. At this point, I'm thinking, you know, and we'll have a better, obviously, understanding of what's going to happen or what needs to happen after this game is complete and official. But I think based on ball reaction, Brooklyn Rob still has a chance.
Yeah.
Despite he'll be under the A ball there at minus 36. But watching him enough today, even though his high game is 214, he can get to 250. Chris Clerk can get to 250. Keith Dahmer can get to 250. Now Ari is going 172, 180 these last couple of games, and so sometimes it's a how are you rolling into this final game, right? He just missed the 3-6-10, unfortunately, but still got 224 out there. I would like to bottle up what Sean has here. Take it home with me. Maybe if I take some of maybe if I take some of what Sean has, I can throw a few more strikes. I really enjoy watching the ball. He was just saying though he finally didn't grab on it. So
yeah, he's come a long way. I mean, the kid used to wheel the whole lane, and he's been really working on his game to be a little bit nicer to it at the bottom because he could get a handful.
Big frame here for Tajiri.
Looks good.
Oh, good Lord.
Wow.
Again, he is -7 after 6 in 14th place. Top 9 advanced to the top 32. Lazala. It's let's see. Oh, that was a good question actually. Who's in the camp of hooking at your spares versus shooting straight at them? I'll be honest with you. Well, let me tell you my first answer. My first answer is I'm in the camp of shooting straight at spares. That's just my opinion. Everyone does it different. Having said that, since I've returned to both, I can't tell you the last time I shot straight at a left side spare. I'm right-handed. So I'm asking for all of the hook on the house shot to make it a left side spare. But you know, when I bowl and if I'm on sport, I wouldn't dare think about hooking at a left side spare.
I'm in the same boat. House shot, I get lazy. I'll just hook at it. But patterns, no chance. I'm throwing straight.
Now, and for a while I thought maybe it was just lefties, right? But I see more left-handers tend to hook at right side spares than righties would hook at left side spares.
Right.
Does that make sense?
You know, I think it does because this is the way I would think. The right side's getting trashed a whole lot more, and you're running the risk of hitting a spot and it either going straight or taking off, missing the 7 to the left. As a lefty, we don't see that too often, so we have a lot more trust.
Okay.
and making sure we're not going to hit a random puddle or a random dry spot that's going to make it just take off.
Great question there, Hazal. I apologize if I didn't say your name properly. I hope I did. It is not a house shot, that's for sure. You know, if you're looking at it just from the friction perspective, like you see some hook, and that might lead you to believe that. That is not the case. It's hooking because it's flat in the middle.
Yep.
If you miss right or left, and there's been a few gutters today, some 2 counts and some 3 counts.
Yep.
On both sides of the lane, by the way. Let you know that it is not a house shot. It's a 44-foot pattern with 28.7 mils of oil. In fact, since no one is bowling on the right side here, let's throw the pattern up. And there it is. That's the lane condition.
You know, when you have a resource like John Janowitz and you tell him what you're looking for, he gets it pretty darn close.
Well, he's like one of those GOAT-like figures, right? Both
100%.
on the lanes and off.
Absolutely.
He's like, you know, one of the best to ever do it. And a true, like, maybe the best amateur ever, right? He would be in that category because he did not bowl on tour, but certainly could have. And then off the lanes just as a person, one of the greatest people you'll ever meet. And then his knowledge of the game from a lane, the pattern development, lane maintenance perspective with Kegel, he's also one of the best out there.
Oh, absolutely.
So you did the right thing. I don't know how that works, but if you call and you got to make an appointment with someone from Kegel to try to help you out, I was actually always curious about that, because I know, you know, people who or tournament directors who are looking for something specific in regards to a lane condition. You know, obviously Kegel is a resource, but never knew how it worked beyond that.
So I was fortunate that I have a connection with Brianna.
She's like the, what is it, the 6 degrees of Brianna Cote at this point?
Yep. You know, anytime I need some kind of connection or resource, I can usually say, hey, Bri, this is what I need. And usually within a day or two, she'll come back and say, this is what I need, and I'll make it happen.
Ball change on the fill for Josh. He'll shoot 200 even. So he will remain at -7. So take a look at that 9 pin in the 9th frame.
You know, in the A squad, when we thought that the scores were going to go up, they dropped.
You were correct.
I'm curious.
It's got the same feel. This Game 7 had the same feel.
Yeah, I mean, there's a game here and there, but I see a lot of 170s out there.
The exception of Brett Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, he's on his own planet. So
he can shoot 250 again and is one more strike closer to doing so. That's a good point. You know, 44 feet and low revs. In a way, and just Ari didn't get any good breaks in that 10th frame. Ari's going to need a big game too, or he may be re-entering tonight. He'll get to 203. When I first started to understand patterns,
I still don't.
And I was going to say because you're left-handed, but I would just,
no, that's 100%
that would ruin a group of great people.
I've never tried to learn. It's too technical for me.
I appreciate the honesty. Let's get you to 9 through 12.
Like I said, I'm old school. Throw the ball, see what it does.
Well,
move from that.
No, I'm actually on board with that. I still think Because that's how our generation, and we're old enough to now that we can be specific because it's a little different. You know, I get a chance to watch and live stream a lot of youth players on a monthly basis in Chicago, the Elite Youth Tour. And many of those players are from the Chicagoland area, and many of them travel Florida, Tennessee, Kentucky, et cetera, et cetera. But the resources and everything that, you know, that generation now has available to them, you know, outside of great coaches, the element of video, which was still, you know, it's like kind of new, right? Back in when we were growing up, it was like, okay, you need to, the best way to learn, especially if you're practicing alone, is with video, right? So you can go back and watch what you're doing. So they've enhanced video now, right? We can go slow motion at any point we want. You know, there's some app probably that makes everything much easier to get to. So we got coaching, we've got the technology, obviously the understanding of equipment, bowling balls. I feel like they've got a beat on that because they grew up with it.
Yeah.
Like they started with high-end, high-level equipment.
Right. And you have to know what it does.
Right. You got to know, you got to understand what you're doing out there. And then there's so many events to bowl.
Yep.
You know, big shout out to, again, Elite Youth Tour, Storm Youth Championships,
JBT.
JAT. Just about, not every state, but, you know, especially in the Midwest where I'm from, every state surrounding us has some kind of tour. Yeah. Indiana, Wisconsin, Michigan, Iowa. And so there's just so much bowling to do. And if you want to go test your skills in an adult event,
you can.
As long as the event has a smart option and you're not ready to give up any eligibility or all of that stuff, you can do that too.
Yeah, I mean, that was big for the game.
I mean, it's, I would, you know, I have kids who are 3 and almost 2. And I'm just looking ahead like, wow, what's bowling going to look like when they get to be 10? Yeah. And that's just 7 years from now.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, we didn't have all those resources. The level at this age group now of competition is astronomical. You know, and I mean, when everything shut down for a little bit, we, you know, a lot of people worried about bowling, but we were out here running tournaments because fortunately we were able to be open. And I was selling out every event because they wanted to bowl. You know, it was crazy.
Yeah, I feel like I've never seen a more eager bunch of young bowlers than this generation. And I feel like we wanted to bowl.
Right.
And I was pretty late to a lot of the, what I would call, I guess, the high level, the tours, the scholarship tours I'm talking about, junior gold. Kind of late to the party on that stuff. I didn't really get and understand that a lot of that stuff existed until I got to college. So I basically spent my first year of college just bowling anything I could. And I still could because the age limits were different then as well. But I was in a much better position, and to be successful then, I would not have had the same, not even close to level of success as a youth player that most youth players now who are U12 and U15 are having.
It's amazing.
It's incredible. That is Michael Haugen Jr., by the way. I just said, every time I look down, I know he's supposed to be on a particular pair, and I never see him. But he's on 9 and 10. We'll take a look at what Brooklyn Rob's got going on here. He's going to be in the mix. I said he needed a big game. He went split first frame, and he's got the 1-2 to deal with in frame 2. We'll get you back to 5 through 8 momentarily. Ari Wilson is going to need a big game. I don't know if you designed this, and I feel like you could never really design this. But the first, the A squad, everyone who had a chance was either, not everyone, but like from like 5 through 12 or so in the standings were within like an 8-lane radius of me where I could see their scores when they finished.
perfect.
It was absolutely perfect. Minus me thinking that Kyle King had the front six somehow, and he was bowling on 1 and 2 when he really was bowling on 3 and 4,
And shot 140.
and had the opposite of
Yes.
front six. I don't know how that threw me off, but anyway,
I think he would have taken the front
he
six.
definitely would. So I just saw Aaron running down scores again, so we should have that Game 7 update for you momentarily. My guy, Steve Decker, said Tim Mack is the best amateur ever, and I said, that's a great answer,
Yeah.
and I will not argue with you on that.
I didn't really get to see Tim bowl too much because he was going through those like back issues
Yeah,
for a long time.
I think players or fans, even fans of our age-ish, didn't get a chance to see him very much. I think.
But we all heard.
Yeah, right. And it's funny what you see now, what will pop up on YouTube, right? Shout out to the people who would be like me, who recorded a ton of stuff maybe right back in the day. It's the same thing at any time. You record something, maybe you bought something back in the day. You said, all right, this will be valuable. And you just
Right.
keep it for years and years and years, and your wife doesn't like it. But, post stuff like that on YouTube, and all of a sudden, oh, shoot, there's Tim Mack in the 1990s, whatever,
Right.
in Thailand.
And it's pretty cool
Yeah.
seeing stuff like that.
Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Many of you have been hanging out throughout the day, both squads. We appreciate it. I'm on board with Theo, is trying to help grow this tournament as best as possible, and that certainly means helping grow the online audience as well. So first time out the gates, if you will. Actually, literally,
Yeah.
first one out the gates.
Just
So-
over 120 entries. I'm not upset about that.
I like to say, especially understanding, online and viewership, as we grow like Bullstream TV, I can continue to help the tournament grow. So we all work together to help one another grow.
Absolutely.
All right, Mr. Rob made the spare in the second. His third frame. Mentioned earlier, he's been putting in the time at B3 Performance. Mike and Brandy Calderon. Leslie Lowe works there. Cortez Shank, who will be bowling this evening, calls home there as well. That was actually somewhere I had on my initial list. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm coming to Phoenix. I'll try to stop by, see the Calderon. That's been a while since I've seen them. I'll get lucky. And I'm going to have to reschedule.
I've heard nothing but good. I haven't personally been out there, but I've heard nothing but good about B3.
I think any training center. Thanks, Ron. We had a couple of Houston viewers watching today. We appreciate you. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Just in case y'all do not know Theo Duthay, you should know, because this is his tournament. It's his event, and he is doing his best along with his staff to run a high-quality event. And we got some trouble there.
It's not looking too optimistic for Rob over there, unfortunately.
All right, let's get you back over there now. As you saw Dallas Leon kick out something. So, boy, 11 and 12. They've got some scores popping off here. I'm gonna put Theo's name on the screen so you know how to say it. Well, how it looks versus how it's said.
There's no N for donut.
But yes, appreciate you, Ron. And also, Hazal, hard to spare other than the 7-10. I like where you started. 2-8s are, to me, are very difficult. I always hook at 2-8s, and I think people who throw straight at 2-8s are like the greatest people on earth. Same thing with 3-9s. Whenever I see it, and I see it often on tour, and every now and then I won't see it on tour. It'd be like a youth player shooting straight at a 2-8, and I'm like, still wondering how that's even possible. How do you get your angles so correct that you can go straight at a 2-8 or a 3-9? So I do think 2-8s are hard. 3-9s, 3-6, 9-10s, still the old chop can happen. The old bucket still, 2, 4, 5. Those will probably be my first couple. And on any given day, I mean, it could be a 10-pin. Sometimes.
For me, it's the 2-4 or the 2-4-7.
An unpopular choice would be the 5-pin.
Yeah.
Which is much harder than it seems. I know that sounds crazy. And if my man Jason Thomas was listening, we would have an argument about that. Nice shot from Ari Wilson. Slow start, but a huge double. There's Scooby watching from Houston. Ron, Dallas was. Let's check where we are on Game 7 standings, and it looks like Aaron has got that covered.
All right, so I'm gonna head out and go help Aaron get ready for the next squad.
My man.
I'm going to head out of here and go help Aaron and not let him do everything. I guess I should do a couple things.
Next time we'll hear Theo's voice will be telling us the B squad cut number.
Yes.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate you. All right, so Dallas is, let me scroll up. Let me scroll up and get you the link just to make sure you have it. So Game 7 is up. All right, so we take a look at the standings. Again, Bob Wiley, your leader at plus 179. Brett Wolf is now second, and the way he's been throwing the bowling ball the last 2 to 3 games, 2 games specifically, 258, 248. He may potentially have enough to pass Bob Wiley in the grand scheme of things. Excuse me, it will not matter if he finishes in the top 2, or for those who finish in the top 2 of the squad, they get 2-round buys tomorrow. Anthony Simonson at plus 126 is third. Bobby Campanelli has had himself a very, very good block here. He's now at the plus 122. Michael Haugen Jr. plus 111 in fifth. Kyle Duster is sixth at plus 86. Dallas Leong, who was the opening 2-game leader. Wow, Ari Wilson waved goodbye to that one. He waved goodbye. That thing came roaring back all the way perhaps from the Chicagoland area, which is where he's from. You never know, that might be the difference in a top 9 situation. So Dallas is hanging tough in 7th at plus 71. Ed Smaglik 8th at plus 60. And George Gohagen III, who again has not bowled under 193, is now 9th at plus 44. And I feel like he's got to probably shoot 220 just to even feel decently comfortable. And 10th, David Haynes is the first player out of the number. He's plus 32. Chris Sanders is 11th, still with a chance at plus 28. Let's see where I'm looking for Chris Sanders right now. I think he was moving right. He might be down on the high end. Keith Dahmer is 12th at +11. Chris Clerk is 13th at +7. And of course, Joshua Tajiri, we've been talking about, at -7. Troy Blickenstaff, 15th at -9. Ari Wilson is 16th at -12. Brooklyn Robb, 21st at -36. Other players on this pair: Tim Eichhorn at -60. Carlos Viejar Sr. at -48. Kyle Howard at -153, he's 34th. That's 5 through 8, but some good scores. Speaking of Dallas, so Dallas Leong, front 3, 8 spare, spare, strike, spare. He's working in the 8th frame. Ooh, just left a bucket in frame 8. So Dallas is sitting in 7th, again at +71. Good break there for Jeremiah. Jeremiah a little bit too late to make really any big noise. He can pop a big game here. A little late in the block. Same thing with George Sandoval. He's got something potentially big brewing there. So David Haynes is over on 1 and 2. And Haynes has started, he's going strike, spare, and then finally broke through with a double. So it's going to be between GG3, David Haynes. Haynes now with 3 in a row. And I think GG3, who was moving right, he's probably down on, if not the very high end. No, he's on, looks like he's on 17 and 18, somewhere around there near Anthony Simonson. Chris Sanders, I believe, also is on the very far end. He's on the high end too. So it won't work out as well as it did for those around the number. Still a good point. Technically top 3 in this squad in the top 8. Yes, well, he broke that down to me. So the top 2 in each game, oh, I'm sorry, each squad. Get the 2-round buys, and then I feel like I need to go find the. Oh, that was very good, by the way, Noah. I just saw your comment. I've seen one too many missed 5 pins back in the collegiate days from just everybody. Like, you just see a random 5-pin missed. Moselle, I believe Theo said that his reasoning for that had to do with squad equity and being rewarded essentially if you bowl well in your squad. And everyone talks about squad equity and, hey, this amount of people advanced from this squad, but, this squad had, 3 times less that advanced. So to kind of eliminate that, he went, set the numbers, top 9 from each squad advance. And then they finish out the top 32 bracket with the Desperado squad. Thank you, sir. Top 2 and the best 2 in the best 2 third places across the squads. That might be the hardest thing for me to remember about the tournament. is the seeding, the individual part, and how it breaks down. David Haynes with a 4-bagger to update you there. At this point, you start, slightly penciling in certain individuals, and David Haynes might be one of those individuals. Every tournament, there's always like one item that is a bit different, which I certainly admire. But if you're not, I got to stay on my toes. I learned very early, if you're going to be on the air, you better know what you're talking about. All right, so that means every now and then, especially if you got, I know bowling, but if you call in other sports, that means you're reading the rules and have some basic understanding of what you're doing. But it's the same, each tournament, every individual event has maybe a quirk or two that may be new and you've never seen. Like, what's the tie situation? As simple as that sounds, it's different every time. Each tournament could be different. Ari Wilson, another good break. So right now, Wilson is staring at a max of 233. Are going to need every bit of that 233 and some help. And I don't know if he's going to get it from someone outside of the top 9 right now. But I tell you what, David Haynes is going to, and that's what you want to do, right? Ball in hand, you want the ball in your court. Haynes now with a 5-bagger. He's got 260 max. That would, if he is to shoot 260, that would put him at plus 92. Which right now would be good for 6th place. Dallas Leong opened in the 9th. He's got 187. Big shot for Ari. Rob has some chances. Of course, can only get to 194. Maybe we'll see him in the Desperado squad. Michael Haugen, a 5-bagger of his own. Well, not quite over yet either for Troy Blickenstaff. He gets to 236. All right, Dallas just doubled, and now we'll see Michael Haugen, 5-bagger, make it 6, maybe. He had to laugh that one off. That was not what he drew up. So Leong on the right, he's going to be in the 2 teens. David Haynes tossed the first one in the 10th to make it 6 in a row. Final shot there for Dallas. See, he will finish with 216. And David Haynes strikes again, and a fill away from getting to 260. As Halligan made the spare, he'll be strike will give him 225. Plus 87 for Dallas Leong in the books. .260 for David Haynes in Game 8 of qualifying. Halligan, 225. Michael Halligan unofficially at plus 136. So David Haynes, again, who was the first player out coming into the last game, shoots 260. And again gets to plus 92. So we've got a plus 92. David Haynes has actually gone around Dallas Leong, who finished at plus 87. Ari. Oh, good Lord. 6 just wickedly wraps itself around the 10. And now, if he so chooses, he'll be involved in the 2-game sprint tonight. C Squad in just over an hour. 6 p.m. local, 6 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Mountain, 8 p.m. Central. And if you're on the East Coast or in the Eastern time zone, 9 p.m. Eastern tonight. Oh, I'm sorry, wait. Yeah, that's right. Well, let's see here. Troy? Where is Troy? Yeah, Troy is minus 9. I think that's going to be enough. Ari finishes with 212. Gets him to even. Good shot there, Troy. Best he can do, obviously, get to 225. Kyle Howard finishes strong there on the fill. So it looks like all of the bowling, for the few shots that are left, they are all down on the high end of the building. Boy, Chris Sanders just threw a shot. And he came back with both of his hands interlocked on the back of his head, head down, kind of pacing back from the approach. I don't know what he left or missed, but hopefully it won't cost him a spot. He was in the hunt. Chris Clerk is done. Bobby Campanelli is done. Mike Piot is done. This looks like my man Bruce Franks is left. So we will await the cut number And we will hear that. It'll probably be, I'm going to say no more than 10 minutes after their final. Final shots. Mike Diermeyer making the walk. The GM here at Lakeview Lanes going back. About to pull out the machines and get ready to re-oil. So we've got a few minutes to wait. Anybody have any questions, any thoughts on so far what you've seen through now 2 full squads here at the inaugural CBE 10K Classic, Cactus Classic specifically. Outside of the lanes certainly are difficult, and you would anticipate that. I like the format. Theo has gotten a lot of great compliments, and he certainly should. Let's get you a little message up there, let you know what's popping. Again, we are awaiting the B squad cut number. Top 9 advance to the top 32 tomorrow. Based on what I saw, people we could just pencil in, Bob Wiley, Brett Wolf, Anthony Simonson, Bobby Campanelli. We saw Michael Haugen Jr. Not even see Bobby's final score. So that's 5 players right there. I don't know what Kyle Duster did. Dallas Leon got to plus 87. He should be in. I don't know what Ed Smaglick did. He was 60 over after 7. George was the number. Gohagen the third at plus 44 entering the final game. We do know that David Haynes shot 260 to get to plus 92. So he's taken someone's spot. We don't know who that person is yet. I agree on the respect level. I couldn't dare to bowl 8 games in a row right now. And this is just me speaking from not bowling experience and just getting back into actual bowling in this past year. You know, once you get into it, though, like once you get into a block, you could get through 8 games or 6 or whatever it is. Towards the end of that block, though, you probably get that reminder. Like, boy, I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have.
All right, B squad, that wraps up.
I shouldn't have signed up.
Get scores entered, and we will know what our cut scores and our leaders are at. Once again, if you did not make it and you would like to hold a Desperado, the top 5 from the Desperado will make it to the finals tomorrow. That 2-game shootout will follow immediately after the 6 p.m. finalizes. It's $150 to get into the Desperado. If you'd like to sign up, we can get you signed up for that now. Otherwise, give us a few minutes to wrap up scores, as well as give us just a couple minutes. We'll start getting some bracket payouts for you as well.
All right, Theo, with some announcements. Not yet the cut score, but making sure all the players know. I'll be working on the number here in a sec. Or I should say working on it currently. Talking about the Desperado, which will happen again following C Squad. And once the C Squad official numbers are in, that will determine if any C Squatters will immediately bowl again.
If you are here for the 6 p.m. squad, you may go ahead and come and get checked in.
And if you're here for C Squad, you can now get checked in. Zal, you missed a lot in the last 5. Well, I don't know if you asked about Hambone, so maybe you actually haven't watched it in a little bit too. But you know, bowling's starting to, I would say, kind of pick up speed, if you will, a little bit.
With George Gohagan and Kyle Ponzo, if you have your score sheet, please bring it to the table.
With Fox and FS1 on the, of course, the PBA side of things, great deals. Seen some larger purses overall on the PBA Tour and the PWBA Tour. Some historic figures in women's bowling last year. 100K for the U.S. Women's Open. Every USBC national event. Masters, Queens, U.S. Women's Open, U.S. Open. 100K for first. You got more events like this one. I mean, there are really some 10K events in multiple parts of the country. I just saw another one in Louisiana.
If you made it to tomorrow, or if you're hanging out for the Desperado, we do have a paddock. It is the room directly behind our check-in table.
I think it's the Deep South or the Deep Scratch Shootout, one or the other. Okay, that's got 10K, I believe, for first. There was one in San Antonio, and it still might be. Mexico Open, we talked about that. Steph? Yes, let me scroll up for you. But if you haven't, just do a quick scroll up. There is a standings link that has been dedicated to B Squad. Let me get that for you here. So here are results, and they're being updated in real time. So you may see some updates that will have 8 games on them, and then of course some that are almost complete. So keep that in mind. So it looks like it's about done. Maybe with one, there's maybe one score remaining. Well, it looks like we've got, well, I'll wait till it's official, but 2 players who are outside the number going into Game 8 leave and in B Squad qualifying in the number. David Haynes and Keith Dahmer. We knew David Haynes by basis of his 260. And Keith Dahmer shot 246. Looks like that's going to get him to plus 57 unofficially. And that would be 9th. From what I'm seeing in the standings, and folks, go ahead and click that link. It's about updated. So what I'm seeing here, and I'm reading it as you're seeing it, looks like George shot 167, unfortunately. You know, I was talking to William Graham, who joined me for the first 4 games or 5 games. And we watched George really have a great look. But here's the official number.
One time for the old guys, Bob Wiley at plus 180. He gets a 2-round bye tomorrow. And in seconds was Anthony Simonson at plus 161, also getting a 2-round bye. A tie for third at plus 136, Michael Haugen and Bobby Campanelli. They'll get at least one bye. Fifth seed at plus 131, Brett Wolf. Sixth at plus 102, Kyle Duster. Seventh at plus 92, David Haynes. Eighth at plus 87, Dallas Leong. And ninth, your cut score is plus 57, Keith Dahmer. The rest of you, if you would like to, we can take signups for the Desperado squad.
My apologies there for the additional noise. And so there they are, folks. Bob Wiley leads the squad. That's the highest number of the day. In fact, 4 players from this squad eclipsed Ben Perry's 132 number from this morning. So Bob Wiley at plus 180, Anthony Simonson at plus 161. That's your top 2. There's a tie for third, Michael Haugen Jr. and Bobby Campanelli. They will receive at least one bye, and one may get 2, depending on how the rest of this shakes out. Brett Wolf was 5th at plus 131. Kyle Duster 6th at plus 102. Again, David Haynes jumps into it from 10th to 7th after the 260 game. Dallas Leong falls 1 spot to 8th, and then Keith Dahmer. And Keith was 12th at plus 11. He shoots 246 to get to plus 57, 3 pins in front of Ed Smaglick, who shot 194 in game 8. So that's your top 9, plus 57. That's what it took to get there. All right, folks, that'll do it. B Squad is officially now in the books. Congrats to the 9 competitors who have advanced. We know 18 of the 32 players who will bowl 3-game total pinfall match play tomorrow. We will know 9 more in our next squad, and then Desperado will produce 5 later tonight. I appreciate you tuning in as always. We'll be back at it here in just about 50 minutes from now. 50 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Hopefully you got dinner all ready to go. If you're staying up late with us, I appreciate it. But C Squad is coming up next, and I give you a little bit of a look at what's going on C Squad tonight. Let's see. Cortez Shanks, Stu Williams, D-Ron Booker, Eric Hatchett, Matt Anderson, Derek Acuff bowling tonight, Mason Moore, Brian Halen, Russ Oviatt, Darren Tang. Other names that I know: Michael Fitzgerald, Dylan Taylor, Jacob Buttroff, Dave Sirigliano. Those are just a few of the names bowling tonight. So it should be fun. C Squad coming up next. Big thanks to William Graham for joining me for the first half of the block. As well, Theo Duthay, of course, for joining me and certainly running the tournament, courtesy of Complete Bowling Events. Big thanks to Jacob Buttroff, who also joined me as well. Darren Tang is listed on the squad, so we'll see. But I think he's here. Having said all of that, I'm going to go try to find some food, actually. I should do that because I haven't done it yet. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to call my wife and children and see how they're doing. And I can confirm that Darren Tang is indeed here. He's down on the high end, putting his bowling balls down on the lanes right now. All right, folks, we'll be back in a few minutes. This has been a presentation of the CBE inaugural 10K Cactus Classic. Big thanks, of course, to the main sponsors here, Chuck's Painting, Chuck's Painting, Apparel EFX, and Jacqueline Smith with West USA Realty, and of course Brunswick, Ramsey Auto Center, and 10-Back Bowling Solutions. It's been a presentation of the CBE 10K Cactus Classic, brought to you by Bowlstream TV. My name is Emil Williams Jr. I'll see you in a bit.